Family businesses make up a quarter of the British economy and employ nearly 10 million people. But 1,000 small firms are going bust every single month.
Sorry.
This business is on a knife edge.
At some point, we're going to have to call it a day.
For God's sake, do something.
For family firms, it's not just profits, it's relationships on the line.
£50,000 now, and you'll never see me go.
I don't know if it's ever going to get better.
You must see some hope. Otherwise, let's not bother with this. No. I'm Alex Polizzi. I grew up in a family business that expanded from one small cafe to become an empire worth billions. Now I'm trying to bring family firms back from the brink. This is a business. You're ruining your health, you're ruining your family life. He's just used to getting his own way, and I'm used to getting mine. This week, a bridal shop in dire straits. What proportion will end up on the remainder rail?
90%.
Oh, my gosh. With a mum with no brains for business...
That is a failure.
...and squabbling sisters...
You could cut the atmosphere with a knife.
Will it all end in tears? I've been called into a family-run bridal business in the Midlands. With over 250,000 weddings every year in the UK, it's an industry that's worth nearly £130 million annually. Even though the economy is in trouble, people still spend money on weddings. This is a business that should be more or less recession-proof. But Courtyard Bridal Wear in Kettering is in trouble.
You ready? In this sort of shop, we always have the tissues.
It was set up by Anne Priest 9 years ago.
I love doing it. My life is wrapped around it. My life is wound up in it.
But Anne's seen profits nosedive for the last 3 years. What I know about the shop is it's run by a mother and her 2 daughters.
I said, what are you looking for?
I was looking for a 38 trouser, but I had to leave what I was doing and go and look for it.
Right, well, did you find
But as the business crumbles around Anne, her 2 daughters are focusing their attention solely on each other.
Yeah, if you just read them and then don't deal with them, how am I supposed to know that you haven't dealt with them? Bethan and I have fallen out since we've been working together. I don't think she trusts me anymore. Are you annoyed with me? No. You are annoyed with me because you could cut the atmosphere with a knife. It's fine. If I talk to her, she annoys me, so I'd rather just leave her for 3 days and not talk to her.
The truth about this shop that I'm going to is it's in trouble. Anne can't afford to pay herself a wage and has had to remortgage her home to keep the shop alive.
It is quite scary at the moment. The real worst-case scenario would be to end up in a bankruptcy court. That would be the very, very, very worst thing that I could possibly imagine.
My first impression of Courtyard Bridal Wear is the shop itself looks rather tired. Certainly for a wedding dress shop, that window display is all important. That is how the world sees them, and that is what's going to convince people to come through that door.
Hello.
How are you? Anne, it must be.
That's right, thank you.
Nice
Hello,
to
welcome to
meet
Courtyard
you.
Bridal Wear.
Thank you very much. So I've had a little walk past the shop. I've garnered my first impressions. About how many styles do you stock here? Do you keep close track of that kind of thing?
No. Well, no, we do, but we don't have sort of a written down record, if that makes sense.
OK, so that's an immediate flaw that we can identify.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but there's no point knowing it and then not doing anything about it, darling. I mean, it's worse to know that that's a flaw and then not to do anything about it.
Yeah.
People are streetwise or whatever. I'm not business-wise. I haven't been able to teach them how to be business-wise, and so we just focus on the brides.
Yeah.
And then everything else tends to get put to one side until we sort of get sorted out.
That is also a bit of a failing, because actually there's no point having customers unless one's making lots of money out of them.
And we're not.
No. First impressions are one thing, but I really need to see this place in action. So I have a surprise in store. So I shall summon the brides. Ladies, come in, come in. Buying a wedding dress is a big and emotional purchase, and customer service is crucial. So I've arranged for 4 brides-to-be to put the shop and the family through their paces.
Where is your wedding?
Ibiza.
And what time of the year is it?
September next year.
Okay.
So I'm actually looking for 2 dresses.
2 dresses.
So you're having a proper English wedding?
Yeah.
Lovely.
I want to hide my tattoos, obviously.
OK.
They have very different ways of doing things.
You look like you like taffeta.
OK.
Anne has the spiel down to a fantastic degree.
Did you want to take the short one down as well? To try the short one on? Yeah, that's fine, no problem.
Rhiannon's quite brash and bold.
Right, are you ready? I'm coming in.
Bethan's not quite so confident, it would seem to me, in herself and in the way she talks about things.
Have you seen anything that sort of caught your eye in the magazines, like shapes of dresses or lace or...?
Not really, but only because I'm quite open-minded.
Customer service is OK, but despite all the stock, my brides can't seem to find what they were looking for.
Yeah?
Thank you.
OK.
There's quite a lot of dresses here. They look to me as if they're very much in the same style. So I'm interested whether that is because this is their market and they know their market, or just because they have lost their way a little bit in the buying.
You, look at this.
What did you think?
There is nothing probably in here that would suit what I'm after. Very same strapless and big dresses, which to me is completely what I don't want. So, but it was a nice experience.
Oh, I'm dying to see this on.
I would have liked to have seen something a bit more simple. I think a lot of the dresses are very blingy, very fussy, lots of ruffles and diamonds, and that's just not what I'm looking for. I wanted something a little bit more plain and elegant.
Ready for you if you're ready for me. Wrong stock is a big problem, but there's worse to come.
Gosh. What's your average spend here?
People would come in and say, oh, I've budgeted for £1,000.
Right.
But we have found that lately that has gone down quite considerably. I actually think it's immoral to show a girl a £1,500 dress when she can only afford a £500 one.
Oh, my goodness,
'Cause it
darling.
was-
Wakey, wakey. A girl has a way of getting what she wants for her wedding day. If you can persuade them to spend a little bit more money, you should. How strict is your budget?
I'd say it's not very strict.
I would tend to agree with you, darling.
I'm sure my partner thinks differently.
Anne's reluctance to push sales is a concern, but so too is the sheer amount of stock.
Yes, we call her Cupcake. They all have names or nicknames, and we always call them she's or hers. Don't know why, it's a bit like a boat.
Courtyard Bridal Wear stocks 150 dress styles, whereas similar stores will only stock half that.
So,
this is the courtyard.
where's your office?
This is my office.
Lordy, lordy me.
As shocking as I find the obvious lack of importance Anne places on running her business, it doesn't compare to what I find in a back room.
All this is what we'd call dead stock.
Yes.
So things that have either been discontinued, have been on sale and haven't sold. What proportion of the dresses that are actually in your shop at the moment will end up on the remainder rail, would you say?
90%.
Oh, my God. Let's say the dresses then average, to be generous, £500 a dress. That's £75,000 worth of stock you have there. Let's say of which 65 grand's worth will end up. So, I mean, it does concentrate the mind because actually, you know, the margins you're making per dress are very good, but not considering the degree of wastage that there is. OK.
With so much of their money tied up in dead stock, Anne not paying herself a wage, and with her home now on the line, it's a bleak picture.
I'd like to have a clear idea of what roles are within the business. I mean, you're very obviously the boss. They both still kind of look to you.
Yeah, I'm still mum. I keep saying, well, you look after this and you look after this. And then they fall out. And then at the end of the day, I just go and do it myself anyway.
Do you think the fact that not enough attention has been paid to the business side of this business, do you think that's lack of will or inability?
To a degree, inability, because I've been learning as I went along.
I mean, if I said to you off the top of your head, what was your turnover last year? Do you know your profit margin?
No. I'll be honest, I don't know half of what things mean on the balance sheet.
Well, you know that what...
I know when it says 5,000 at the bottom, that's what I pay my tax on.
Yeah, that's your profit,
Is that
darling.
my profit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not very, that's pretty poor, especially as you've committed yourself to you've remortgaged your house, that you're not paying yourself. I mean, the picture would be much worse if we put in even a nominal sum for your work. Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know if it's ever going to get better.
Of course it will. I mean, if you really thought that, you wouldn't have asked me in. So you must see some hope. Otherwise, let's not bother with this. No. You know, who are you doing this for? If you're doing it for your daughters, then they have to bloody pick up the slack.
I have 2 months to revamp and relaunch this company, but it's not going to be easy.
Ultimately, Courtyard Bridal Wear's figures show that they'd be better off just closing the business, which is a very hard fact to face after all the hard work that Anne's put into the business. This is something that I now have to convey to her children, and, you know, it's time that they were made aware of these facts. So, let's cut to the chase straight away. This, I presume, is a document that both of you will be familiar with, the unaudited financial statements for the year ended 31st of March 2010.
No.
Would be the first time
We've
probably
seen it.
Let me just give you some highlights, shall I? Last year, on 190,000, you made a 3% profit, which is just over 5 grand. This is without your mother being paid. What's the point of going on? Because actually she would be better off if the business closed. She's remortgaged her house. There aren't any financial gains at all. So what's the point of her flogging herself to death if there's going to be no light at the end of the tunnel?
I suppose it's never been put so bluntly.
You know, what do you want out of it? What's the point of this for you? Why do you want to be involved in this business?
Because I think everybody's put so much effort into it. Mum's put a lot of financial, obviously, into it, financially. And, you know, I think we all care for it. I think it would be sad to say it's all just gone, you know, 9 years of our lives, just wasted.
I don't know if I love the business or I love Mum, and I want to help her.
You know, we're fighting for survival.
Yeah.
We've got to start boxing a bit cleverer.
We definitely were burying our heads in the sand. I think in some ways maybe out of naivety.
Deep down inside, I suppose, we knew how the business was performing, but to actually have it said in black and white, I think it hits home a lot. And you do realise that we are in desperate need of help, really.
After that reality check, we need to start from the bottom up and remind the Priest family exactly how an enterprise like this works. You buy something, you add value to it, and you sell it at a profit. I've brought them to Northampton Market, away from the claustrophobia of the bridal wear shop, to reconnect with that simple truth.
I have a van full of fresh flowers for you. Yeah. And there's about £300 worth of stock here.
OK.
OK. So it's very simple. I just want to see you set up and run this market stall.
They are not carnations. I thought they were.
$4.50?
Yeah, $4.50.
$4.50? Or $4.75, just to bring under the...
$75.50.
$4.75. Chrysanthemums are $4.50.
Yeah.
They're already...
Incomings and outgoings must balance for a business to be viable. I'm hoping that even though they seem incapable of appreciating that on a spreadsheet, they might be able to get to grips with it when they have actual cash in an actual till.
Sorry. Sophia is too, so that's it.
I'll just get your change for you.
There you are. Thank you Have a lovely day.
Their lack of business skills is one thing, but there's a more fundamental problem emerging.
That's what I was going to use. Because that's nice to give to a granny. A little granny basket.
Yeah, if I do a little basket.
Very good. Yeah.
The more I see of their relationships, the more they seem like a mother and two daughters rather than business partners.
It's not fluffy.
Keeping personal relationships professional was something I had to be aware of when I began working with my family 14 years ago. I would like to say to you something that I've noticed. You talk to your daughters as if they're babies. I don't blame your mother, actually, because I think mothers' instincts are to go on treating their children like their children forever. But at a certain point, girls, come on. I'm sure that in your real lives, as a wife and a mother and as a wife, people kind of go, and how are you today? OK? But I want to say to you, I've worked with my family, my uncle, and with my mum very closely, and I think the only reason I survived that experience, which can be very, very bruising, is that she knows that I'm a woman to be reckoned with. And so even though we disagree, and she criticised me massively, and I've had massive fallings out, we met and we disagreed as equals.
Yeah.
You do have to understand that, you know, you're not just your mother's daughters.
No.
You're women, and you have to, you know, you have to show that you have something to bring to the party.
Yeah.
OK?
Yeah.
2 bunches of roses for £9.
Nice bunch of red roses to give somebody
Or 2
special.
bunches of flowers for £5.
They managed to make a small profit today, but it's the relationship between the three of them that will really hamper the business. Not only is the mother-daughter relationship troubled, the two sisters also constantly bicker.
I do resent my sister. In my head, she thinks of herself first and doesn't think of the business or mum or me.
The rift between them is, I feel, the fact that one has children and one doesn't.
Sometimes I don't think Bethan quite understands how tiring it is. But then I suppose she thinks, well, you know, you made that decision to have them, so you've just got to deal with it.
I feel guilty for having children, but I shouldn't really feel guilty because they're my children.
When you do have a babysitter, you still come at the end when we've all set up and everything. Then you have to go home quicker, and then you don't have to do any of the beginning or the end, which is the hardest one.
It's because I can't get babysitters. I can't necessarily rely on some family to babysit.
It was the same
But
before
then-
you had children.
It wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
I feel like I've kind of let everybody down. Sorry.
I need to keep the momentum going if this business is to turn around. So, the following week, I'm back up in Kettering. On average, brides are prepared to travel 2 hours to find their perfect dress. So with the shop slap bang in the centre of the country, their potential market in the Midlands is huge. What does this window display say to you?
I think it needs something bigger.
Yeah,
Something that's wow.
Excuse me. But if the shop isn't enticing, they're unlikely to get anyone travelling more than 10 minutes to buy a dress here. You like it? You've got to look kind of
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Too much going on. If I was a bride to be, I wouldn't know where to start.
A bit shoved in, if you like, but you just don't see the full design of them. It just looks like a cheapy shop where they just put everything on.
Do you find this tempting?
No.
Why?
It looks like just brought their old dinner table in and stuck a few shoes on it.
So, the shop isn't shouting quality to locals in Kettering, but I want a professional opinion. Carl McKeever is a retail design expert who's worked with many of the biggest high street names, like M&S and Sainsbury's. Carl.
Hi, Alex.
How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Thanks so much for coming. Want to know your first impressions?
I think from the outside, the windows are a little bit sad, really, a little tired. I think there's a lot that could be done to give them greater focus and look a lot more special and more professional. So you want one absolutely fantastic dress, displayed to its absolute best.
As you walk in, the first thing that hits you is this.
Yes, actually what you should see in this main sight line is a really fantastic display.
Yeah.
So moving the service desk to a different part of the store would be a recommendation. This is kind of the dwell space. It's where you first orientate. You come in and you get a really immediate feel for what the business is all about.
Yeah. You need to hook people as soon as they come in.
Absolutely. Quite simply, I think this is not an environment where you need a kind of pile 'em high, sell it cheap approach. Are we in a bridal shop or are we in a dry cleaner's?
Yeah. And into the main body of the shop.
First impressions is it's a bit of a kind of a mishmash, and there's lots of different things going on. The shop fittings are very mixed up. There's classical, modern, country, everything goes. And the lighting is quite poor. Thinking like a customer, you probably want to feel incredibly special, and probably a little bit girly too. So something which is romantic, sophisticated, very indulgent is really what you should expect to find. And this is why something like a pine table really doesn't cut it. Happy shoppers buy more, so they have everything to get right.
An overhaul on this scale will take a lot of work from a united team.
Maybe that one's been done.
Right, well, we need to go and check then, don't we?
All right, we will go and check.
And yet, tensions continue in the shop.
No, but at the end of the day, you promise too much.
At the end of the day, yes, I do.
And you don't think about everything. You just kind of say, yeah, I can do it. And sometimes you just can't. Can you? And you have to say, no, I can't do it.
No, all right. Thank you for that reproach. I will take it on board after we've... Now I know you're an adult and you can tell me part of the problem.
This is why Bethan and I get annoyed with you.
OK, I can understand why you get annoyed with me.
Because you procrastinate too much. No, I know that you have a lot of work to do in the shop. And that's what we're trying to...
What do you mean by procrastination? Go on, tell me, what do you say? You procrastinate too much. What do you mean? I mean, what do you mean?
What do I mean?
Yes, what do you mean?
You put things off.
Yeah, what do I put them off for? Sitting down for an hour every now and again.
OK.
You sit down and you have nice times. I go home on a Friday night and I sew, ready for fittings on a Saturday. I have to cover everybody in the shop. Oh yeah, everybody else gets a Saturday off. Who doesn't? Mum hasn't had one off apart from that wedding we all went to since January.
OK. You need to take a chill pill or you'll have a stroke.
Oh, if I have a stroke, at least I'll get a rest in bed. Let's go and get this bride fitted. It's nearly 11 o'clock. I'd like to have a little bit of time to enjoy and a little bit of money to enjoy it with. You're not here forever. And I don't want to be stuck like this forever, doing the same thing, just working and working and working and not getting anything out of it.
There's clearly a real need to make this business successful for everyone's sake. I'm keen to turn our attention to the shop and start putting Carl's thoughts into action.
I think that visually this shop is cram-packed. I don't think things are displayed particularly brilliantly.
I would agree with you on that.
And I think you walk in and you think, bloody hell, where do I begin?
Yeah.
Somehow this isn't aspirational enough. So we need to make this a kind of just a bit more special as a shopping experience.
We've got too
Right, if
many
we pick
pick-up
up
ones.
the ones that have definitely never sold.
And the way they can make it more special is by culling the dresses that are clogging up the rails.
That one can go. That one can go.
Never sold that one.
I've asked them to ditch all duplicates and any dresses that haven't sold for years. This dead stock then needs to be sold so Anne and the girls can plough the money back into the business.
They need to go. Would you agree?
Yep.
I'm not quite sure who to blame for this ridiculous mess. What they seem to have forgotten is that sample dresses are only useful for them if they generate a future income, which some of these dresses are signally failing to do.
This one, she's been on the shelf for about a year and a half.
And we've never sold one.
Never.
We've had one person in it, so it can go.
So get rid of that one.
It's embarrassing, I think, having had that many dresses on the shelves and not having sold them.
Makes me think that maybe we're not very good at buying and maybe we should relook at how we do it. We might end up selling more by having less, which does sound a bit backwards, but I think it will rejuvenate us and rejuvenate the shop and hopefully give us a bit more passion about it.
In order to cull their stock, they need to organise and then promote their dress sale. I'm meeting the family in these beautiful surroundings so that we can produce some marketing photos.
I've arranged for them to meet here with a model, a makeup artist, a photographer and a graphic designer. They need to design a leaflet that will advertise this forthcoming sale and try and work out a strategy of how and where they're going to do it. I'd like them, between themselves, to decide who has to do what.
Shall we do locations first?
Why don't you, not all three of you, go and do exactly the same things together? I think, so you don't waste time. One of you look at locations, one of you go and look at the model, one person start writing down a few blinking ideas about where to do this sample sale. You can all come back in half an hour and present each other with some suggestions.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Anne decides to find a venue for the sale. Bethan will dress the model, and Rhiannon will find suitable locations to take the photos. But can the girls stick to their allotted roles?
The only problem is, though, is location defines dress.
True. But then at the same time, dress defines location,
I know.
maybe.
So we need both, really.
Well, do you want me to go and have a quick look?
Yeah.
We're trying to do a really good sale. Do you have anywhere, possibly since you're a letting agency, that might do such a thing?
The top's a bit flat, I think. Not you, the dress.
I think I've seen better. So this probably is the best area.
Well, Rhiannon, what about that little staircase? Because you've got the arch.
I don't think they're working very efficiently together.
Do you want to look at the bottom of the staircase?
Yeah. What, and look which way? What, from there? That's really boring.
We've got a limited amount of time.
That doesn't work, does it?
Not really, no.
And I kind of think they're running around in ever-decreasing circles.
Maybe we should change that idea.
At the moment, we have a graphic designer and a photographer who are sitting around doing nothing. Once they're getting on with it, you've chosen the dress and everything, you don't need to faff about doing that, do you?
Yes.
Yeah?
Finally, with a bit of help from the professionals, they're starting to make some decisions.
But do you think the courtyard then might be better than the...
I think the courtyard would be superb for shots.
Now they need to keep being decisive.
Come on then, out, out, out!
Or I'll have to be decisive for them.
Right, we're going round this way.
OK.
We're going to the front of the hotel. I think Alex is a little bit annoyed with us because I'm not taking charge and I don't really know what I'm doing and I'm like a flapping chicken.
I really want the family to run with this task on their own, but it's not easy.
I'm finding it incredibly hard not to get involved, not to get stuck in.
Yeah, because it's under the tree, so it's a little... Do you want me to take
Or
this
the lily
for you?
pond.
I know it's not my place to do it, and I've just got to stand back, but God knows that is not my natural inclination. She's got a leaf on her dress.
Can I get the leaf? I'm so sorry.
Angle the flowers down a bit. Yes, that's better. You know, you can't waste an opportunity like this. Why are they not doing it here? It's just the perfect place. Why aren't we doing it over here?
We are coming over there.
Despite all the disorganisation and indecision, the girls have somehow muddled through the whole process and finally managed to produce some half-decent publicity material.
Inevitably, 3 women, 3 close family members, there's a certain amount of procrastination because there's a certain amount of chat.
Definitely.
I think it's quite good to be forced to throw yourself headlong into a situation, to rise to the occasion. And I think to come up with something like that in a mere 4 hours is something that you ought to take away and learn from.
A week and a half later, and it's the day of the dead stock sale. Despite having worked well together at the photo shoot, with the pressure starting to tell, they're reverting to their bickering ways.
Rihanna knows I haven't had time to do anything about the cash tin, and she says, have you done the cash yet, Mum?
There's a lot riding on this sale. It's a chance to get rid of the dresses that are clogging up their shop.
I'm worried about how many people are going to turn up. I'm worried that nobody will turn up, we won't sell anything.
It would be very, very depressing if we go with 150 dresses and we come back with 140 dresses. I think we'll just feel like it's been a disaster.
Anne and the girls need to recoup as much cash as they can to upgrade the shop.
To cover our costs, I worked out we need to sell 7.
Best case scenario is we don't have to pack anything up and go home, yes!
There's really expensive dresses here that are worth sort of £2,000 and we're selling them for £149.99, so people are getting a great bargain if they turn up and buy them.
I'm quite pleased with the way we look. I think it looks OK for a really cheap sale. Just got to hope that people come now.
As soon as the doors open, the brides flood in.
We take up this bit from here.
Here are alterations for you.
I just want to get that first £150 in the tin. That's all I want to do today, and I'm just sitting here saying, please somebody buy something, please somebody buy something.
Oh, I like that. I think that's lovely.
Try those two on first, and then we'll come back for this one.
I think it's beautiful.
That's lovely. Well, thank you very much, and may you have the most wonderful wedding days when it comes. One down, about 149 to go.
As the morning wears on, business is brisk.
Busy, yeah. It's nicely busy, though. So it's kind of steady busy, which is always better than completely manic. So, yeah, it's quite nice to be busy rather than standing around twiddling our thumbs.
160. I love this taking money thing.
Oh, thank you. One more and we've paid for the sale. So anything after that will be ours. So that'll be good.
So only another 4.5 hours to go.
Just as they start to cover their costs, sales slow right down.
Here we are standing around at 3 o'clock, and we've got another 2 hours to go, and we haven't seen a customer since 1. That, to me, is a failure. I said this morning, first thing, that I wanted to sell them all. And really, on a scale of 1 to 150, 11's not that good.
The most depressing thing is looking at all these dresses that now we have to bag up, put back in the van and go home.
Days like this one, you think, why are you doing it? Because it's so much energy, and not just mentally but physically. These aren't light. And you just think, what's the point?
With time running out until we relaunch this business, there are still so many hurdles to face, but I can't let their disappointment derail them now.
I felt it was a bit disastrous.
Why? You made money.
We did
make money.
Yes, but it was an awful lot of work to make that a small amount of money.
I think that you are approaching this in the wrong light, seriously. I mean, every single person who came in and booked with you bought a dress. I mean, that is an amazing hit rate.
Yeah.
And I think what you need to always do is step back from every situation and think about it in purely business terms. Yes, you bust a gut to do it. That's the negative. The plus side is you're 600 quid up, even after all your much exaggerated expenses, which is, after all, the cost of 2 wedding dresses to you that you've managed to get back. You know, at the end of the day, you cannot stop fighting. You have to keep pushing the envelope. You have to keep thinking of something new, fresh. You have to push your own boundaries. At the moment, I'm doing the pushing. Once I'm gone, you're going to have to do that for each other.
Definitely.
The hard truth is, though, that they need to sell those old dresses at some point to get the cash to overhaul their shop.
Ooh, love that.
That's nice.
So more girly, more...
Yeah, more kind
elegant.
In the meantime, they need to get on with rethinking the shop's image. To concentrate the mind, I've asked them to make a mood board.
Grandeur. Grandeur. How do you spell grandeur?
Can I underline it?
No, I think that'd be tacky. Grandeur.
I think it should be...
Having a strong image and brand is really important in making your shop stand out from the pack. But how far should this rebrand go? I'm going to Brown's Hotel in central London to meet up with a woman with impressive business instincts, my mother. My family have owned and run the Forte Hotels Group since the 1950s. We've rebranded the company several times over the years.
You've been through the kind of branding, rebranding process quite a few times with the old company and with this one. What do you think you need to keep in mind?
I think you can't drastically rebrand because people know your name, they know what you're doing, and if you sort of start putting something new forward, they think, is it a new company?
Yeah.
What's it all about? I mean, we went from RF hotels to Rocco Forte hotels.
But the elements have still stayed
Yes.
there. I mean, I'm asking you specifically because I'm looking at this bridal shop. It's called Courtyard Bridal Wear, and I think that's a not particularly attractive name.
It's a bit of a mouthful.
A bit of a mouthful, and it's not terribly chic.
Yes, I mean, I think you can subtly rebrand, and it's not a bad idea if you're not 100% happy with the name, but it's got to have a sound of the old name or something. So somehow or other, your rebranding has to still take in
Elements of the old.
The elements of the old.
Brand, yeah.
With that advice in mind, I'm taking the girls and their mood board to see an expert.
It's Courtyard Bridal Wear.
Firedog have developed branding for big-name companies as diverse as Deutsche Bank and the Strada restaurant chain. What can they do for our girls?
Beth and Rhiannon and Anne, this is Cliff.
Hi, nice to meet you.
So let's see what you've got.
Please don't laugh.
Yeah.
Don't laugh.
I didn't mean to laugh at that. We want people to come into the shop and say, wow. I know that's really cliche, but we want brides to feel like they're escaping their normal world into like their bridal.
Fantasy world.
Yeah, that's really cheesy.
What is it on that board that you feel is bringing something new?
Well, I know what you do well, but it's nowhere represented on that board, which is you give excellent personalised service across the board, every single member.
So I would suggest considering bridal boutique, because the boutique is a lot more service-led. Changing from bridal wear, which is what you would associate with underwear, to something boutique-y. You know, just underwear, it's a bit pedestrian compared to boutique, which is, you know...
Yeah, upmarket.
Upmarket, sophisticated. So what we've done, which has made a little bit of a presumption here, we've completely rebranded you, but this is the idea is that you could put this against a blue background, you could put it against a piece of lace.
It would be absolutely a fantastic thing to be able to rebrand everything. However, I think that at the moment the cost is going to be prohibitive.
But I think, darling, the important thing, as with all these things, is not to bury one's head in the sand, is not to pretend that there's not a problem, and you work out at what point in your business strategy you're going to have to address this.
It has to be addressed, and it's certainly brought us up short to that point.
When they get back to Kettering, there is some good news at last. Anne has found a buyer for her dead stock, a discount bridal outlet who've bought the lot for a few £1,000s.
We're photographing the dresses so we remember why they didn't necessarily sell.
Now they'll be able to make the changes the shop is crying out for.
Just tell Mum to bring the dress over here if you don't want to deal with it.
Mum's
You're
happy.
making a mountain out of a little molehill.
I'm making a mountain out of a molehill.
A little.
If, that is, they could stop arguing for long enough.
Wouldn't you get annoyed in the same situation or not? When you've had to deal with an aggravated customer for like 20 minutes? You put a solution in place and then it gets arranged differently.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, what's done is done. You just have to get on with it.
Fine, I'll deal with it then.
I think this constant sniping is because the girls don't have clearly defined roles. I want to hear from them what they think they bring to this business and how serious they are about its future. I thought it might be a good idea to get the girls to interview for the positions they already have. I don't expect to walk away from here thinking that everything is resolved forever. What I would like to teach them is a way to deal with each other that is professional and that doesn't revert back again and again to that family bickering. So shall I start asking questions, or do you have something to show me?
I'm obviously Bethan McCaw, 28, and I believe that I have an eclectic skill set that will be able to fulfil this role in a good way.
I feel that I can communicate very effectively. I communicate on a daily basis with the brides. I feel I have good selling skills, and I think that's very much part of communication.
I've got a B in GCSE mathematics, which I know is very basic, but that's where it all starts. We all have to count.
I also feel that I am quite creative. I've always enjoyed art, singing, and I've always been more of a fluffy, creative person rather than very much a sort of logical head.
So do you think that you could work with the other members of the team?
Yes, of course I can work with Rhiannon. There's only 3 of us. Of course I can work with Rhiannon. Sometimes we don't always get on, but that's the sisters in us, not the colleagues in us.
And where are those sisters going to live from now on?
At the door, before we come in. But so's the mother.
Yes.
I have not been focused in the past. I know that I've wanted to leave, do other things, and I have been analysing my own feelings of why I wanted to do that. But I believe now I can see clearly the path before me. I want to work alongside my family in harmony. Courtyard bridal wear, I feel, is my chosen career path.
Even though other people could probably do the job much better than me, I can bring love to the business. It's a family business. I can give that, no other person can.
The only thing that concerns me slightly is that everything that you said you wanted to do was all to help me. Not much of it was about you. I want you to get something out of it as well. It hasn't just got to be about saving Mum. You have to be part of the team, not just somebody holding up the rest of us.
I suppose at the end of the day, this was never my dream. It's yours. It was never my dream. I don't know. It was never in my career choice.
No.
So everything's to help you.
But then, should it be? I want you to want the job. I do
want the job, but just maybe for different reasons.
I want you to really want the job for you and to make you better and to enjoy your life. The thing that came up most was how one is much more enthusiastic about the business and the other one seemed to be much more about
you
helping me.
Yeah.
And I think that was quite emotional.
I told Mum that I don't do the job for me. I do it for Mum.
Really?
Yeah. But
do you think
I love the job, don't get me wrong, but I don't do it for me. It's not whatever I wanted to do.
Do you think, though, through this process, though, you will start doing it for all of us and yourself, or not?
I don't know. I want to make it successful so that I still have a job.
So, as long as you know my heart's in it.
Yeah, and so is mine, just
Good.
for different reasons to you.
That's fine, we can have different reasons.
Yeah, as long as we have the same goal. Yeah.
So,
good.
Okay.
Do love
you.
You freak.
I think the refit is going to change the way that everybody perceives things.
Oh my God, is that the sign?
I think the perception of the shop as a whole is going to be more upmarket and a little bit more modern.
It's like the rebirth of our business, I suppose. Out with the old and in with the new.
Once people see that as being the look of the shop, they will see that as the look of the dresses.
The girls can now re-evaluate the kind of dresses to buy to suit the new image of their business.
We've made the decision that we are now no longer stocking anything under £700. The lower priced dresses, we were actually almost paying to sell the dress.
They've also taken steps to get a better grip on the business finances.
When they say to you, you need to make 10% more profit,
Yeah.
it's not magic.
I now know the difference between gross profit and net profit.
Now they just need to finish fitting out the shop before they reopen. Tomorrow.
Oh, shit. Do you want me to help you with that, or are you all right? Rhiannon!
I'm sorry.
Well, even so, you don't need to swear.
It's only one pin and it won't go in.
Stress levels are a little bit higher than perhaps normal.
I'm going to have to take it a bit easy. My back just tweaked.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
No. I'm all right.
Come
I'm
and
just
sit down
warning
for a
you, I
minute.
can't do much, that's all.
No.
Has anyone got any sweets or anything? I'm so lacking in sugar.
You've got to be careful of it, because if your back goes right at this moment in time, Rhiannon, it would absolutely do the family in.
Yeah, I think she's a little bit stressed. Just a little bit.
Stressed is like, oh, I feel a little stressed out. I feel much more than just a little stressed out. I really feel beyond stressed out. Don't you look at me like that. See, that's the sort of attitude that you and Beth both have. Roll your eyes, shake your head. Mother will just go away, won't she? I think saying that I feel stressed is an understatement. There's no way we're going to open tomorrow. Absolutely no way.
And yet, the very next morning, Courtyard bridal wear is transformed.
Wow! That is a really fun window display. If people don't stop and look at that, I'll be very surprised. It's kind of provocative and witty and charming. It shows that there's been a brain at work here. The window display is the best form of advertising that any shopkeeper has, and they're certainly winning with this one. What a difference! I'm thrilled and amazed. The pink and the grey, as discussed, works brilliantly.
I think it looks really fresh.
Yeah.
And inviting.
And girly.
And feminine.
Carl hated the desk, the cash register and everything being there. And now that it's gone, I really see what he meant. I love your labels on the dresses. I mean, they look fab.
We got quite excited when they went on.
So chic.
Yeah.
Somehow, everything feels more precious. As a potential customer, I have to say, this is just somewhere you'd want to buy a dress. It's somewhere you'd want to come to. This is definitely a destination shop now.
I think that this really shows that we have changed and that we have to change to keep up with the shop.
Yeah.
I mean, my feeling is that we're no longer a family business. I hope we're going to be a business family, which I think, is what we're trying to turn it round so that we're a little bit more business-minded.
But there's no point in having a fabulous shop if nobody knows it's there. So finally, we need to put the new look Courtyard Bridal Boutique on the map. I know you're all exhausted and you've done a lot in these last weeks, but I have one last thing that we have to do to make sure that by the time I leave you, I'll have put you on a more stable footing. And that is, we need to do an event that gets a lot of attention to make sure that we really launch the shop, the refitted, revitalised shop on a really solid basis.
Okay.
something quite quirky, something quite fun, to show people that you're here, that you're not stultified, stuck in your ways, that you're constantly reinventing yourselves, that you have a new lease of energy, that, you know, out with the old, in with the new.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. So, is anyone out there getting married or knows someone getting married?
No. Well, does anyone know anyone?
That's what I've put. Does anyone know anyone? It doesn't matter how
Does anyone know anyone?
Bravely, the event the girls settle on to relaunch the business is to offer 9 of their former customers the opportunity to renew their vows in a brand new dress from the boutique's latest collection in front of family and friends.
We need brides to be who have never. We need brides to be who have never been into Courtyard Bridal Boutique to come to our relaunch event. It'll be a great night to see our old brides renewing their vows and then have bubbly and nibblies at a small wedding fair.
Nibblies.
Nibblies. Bubblies and nibblies.
Oh, hi, it's Rhiannon calling from Courtyard Bridal Boutique. We're having a relaunch.
The girls are also inviting local press and potential new customers.
What's been happening? What's been going on?
Oh, we've been busy.
Yes.
Rhiannon and I took on most of it, primarily just to give Mum a little bit of a relax and to catch back up with all the alterations and everything. So Rhiannon did quite a bit. She did most of the initial supplier talking to and everything and the talking to the church. I rang quite a few of our older brides from sort of 3 to 6 years plus. The first one I spoke to, unfortunately, wasn't married anymore. Oh, so I did get on the very first person I rang. But she found it so hilarious. She came in and started talking to us for half an hour. So bless her.
Good.
And she said she'll come back to us if she gets married again. So that's always good.
You look lovely.
And before you know it, the event is upon us.
The brides are starting to arrive, and this is the key time now. We need to make sure that all those brides get ready, that they're taken over to the church on time.
We're doing 2 at a time.
OK.
No, make
all right
yourself
there?
look lovely. They're fine. They're sitting having a drink. They're all having chats. They're enjoying themselves.
It's a bit too early to tell how it's going, really. We shall see.
I suppose it is going to be frightening with the press looking at the dresses.
Look at this, all the back and the flowers and the detailing. It's lovely, darling.
At the end of the day, we've done our best and the girls are happy and the girls look beautiful and that's all that matters.
Oh my, you look lovely, darling.
Well, I was really excited about renewing my vows. I just hope my husband doesn't look quite as scared as he did last time.
My mum's no longer here, so my dad was just so proud when I said I'm going to get a blessing in a church. I also thought it was a nice way to support their business and what they've done here. Amazing.
Right, ladies, you all look gorgeous. Thank you so much for coming, and let's go and renew your vows.
The congregation of press and brides-to-be are getting a great look at the new stock. And who doesn't love a wedding?
God is love, and those who live in love live with God. That each marriage promise renewed here today will be a faithful sign of your love in the world. And as the years go by, bring them ever closer to each other and to you. For Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. It seems strange giving them permission, but you may kiss your wives.
Now they've had a chance for a good weep, the girls must wipe their eyes and get back to the business of business.
Do you like any of the dresses you saw today?
Yeah, I saw a couple that were really lovely.
Which one did you like?
There was a really nice lace one.
You like lace, speaking?
Yes.
probably find some very nice ones. Where is it? You see you on Saturday?
As well as brides, the event has also caught the attention of Belinda Hanks, a journalist from a big bridal website.
There was a vast range of dresses today. There was the modern, classic, lots of lace, lots of detail, lots of different necklines, everything that you'd imagine that's available today for the modern bride. So that's certainly a thumbs up to the shop itself.
Have you made an appointment already? Or you have? When's it for next Friday? Next Friday.
We'll definitely be featuring them on the site and hopefully giving them some celebratory editorial on the site as well.
So with appointments being made and articles being written, I think we can call that a success.
I would recommend Courtyard Bridal definitely to anybody.
They look after you, they're family, and they've made us feel like part of our family now.
Tell me what's in your future.
In the future, I'm going to look upon my daughters as young women. Independent, but both very competent, and they've shown me that they can both actually do the job. And one of the first things that I'm going to be looking forward to doing is making a formal partnership between the three of us.
That'd be good.
It might feel slightly tearful.
We couldn't have done it without you.
It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you all. I've enjoyed every single minute. Bye, darling. Bye. When I first came here, the thing that I was most nervous about was that Anne, Bethan and Rhiannon really struggled as a family in business together. What I'm most proud of now is that they've resolved their differences as a family, and that has transferred into their business life. And ultimately, that gives me great confidence in the future of this business.
It's been 4 months since Courtyard Bridal Boutique relaunched. I got really close to the family in that time, and the shop has gone from strength to strength.
Start arranging that side if you like. I've dusted over there. It's been a huge improvement to us, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Business-wise, we're very much more focused on finances.
Now they sell a dress to more than half the women who request an appointment, and profits are up 50%.
We're working much better together, and home is now separate from work. As far as the shop's concerned, you're the accountant lady now, so you know all the figures and things. I leave that to her. And Rhiannon's working on marketing and things and how to get people in, and so everybody's sort of like sticking to their roles.
Because I used to say, oh, it's mum's shop. I help mum out on 3 days a week, whereas now I feel like, no, actually I am a viable member of the team and we are all partners.
We're definitely, I would say, running the business at the front.
At the sharp end?
Yes, basically. And I think there is a possibility that Mum will retire and Bethan and I might actually take it on together. I think it's definitely changed our lives.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
$15 million holidaymakers descend on Cornwall every summer. And it seems all those who love food head here to Padstow. It's packed with restaurants, delis and food outlets, and home to the celebrated Rickstein Empire. It's known as the food capital of Cornwall. I've been called to the aid of one of its longest-standing family firms, the Harbourside Chuff Bakery. I'm on this beautiful fishing harbour in a very pretty town that's become synonymous with some very good food in the southwest. And it seems to me that this is a very good place to have a food business. But all is not well at the bakery.
5 months of the year, we lose money. March last year, we lost something like, was it nearly 30,000 in 1 month? You know, crazy.
They're the coldest tariffs, so I'll give you some hotter ones.
The business was started 31 years ago by Elaine and Rob Eade.
I had this idea of creating a small bakery in Padstow. I suppose I'm the great visionary of the company. Oh, lovely jubbly. We're doing Victoria sponges next week.
Mother is the boss. I'll give you that. She's definitely the boss.
Elaine and Rob want to retire, so they've made their daughter, Louisa, the manager, and put son Greg in charge of sales. But the transition hasn't been smooth.
Shop deliveries of everything used, ingredients, shop use, samples.
Can we just get back to the whole idea and the point of this discussion and the reason why, you know, you're trying to plan.
Working with families, I don't know whether I'd recommend it to anyone.
Or wasting.
Greg.
It's the other thing you...
Yeah, Greg, let Louise a minute.
Along with the family frictions, Elaine has had to remortgage her house to keep the business afloat. Action is needed if the bakery is to have a future.
This business is on a knife edge. If it doesn't change, no one will have a job. We'll all be out of work.
Yeah, you've got full-time staff, they've got families to feed, you know, they've got rent to pay. It's quite a responsibility.
Unless we do something different, it's not going to exist in 2 or 3 years' time.
I've got just 3 months to try to make a difference. And even though I've got some insider knowledge of this industry, it's a huge challenge. I do have a certain amount of experience in bakeries, as I have a wholesale bakery myself, but I have never had a shop. My immediate impression is it doesn't make you want to charge in and buy your Cornish pasty here, despite the location being immaculate. The signage that tells you that everything's made locally on the premises daily looks very generic. I mean, I hate that sign there, and I hate that sign there. This is the only thing that looks a bit more personal. Then, where is the product? I don't actually have any product made visible to me. Instead, I have this awful decal on the window. There's a broken window, which gives a very bad impression. There's a sign that's then printed out on computer. I mean, every single day tripper who comes off a ferry is going to come just from there. They have to pass this shop. They should be making money out of every single person who comes into this town. Inside, there's more bad news. Untidy signs and stickers litter the place. They do have a real obsession with sticking things on windows, clearly. The bread in a side window looks pretty ordinary. And the range of cakes and confectionery is a flashback to the 70s. Not at all what I'd expect in such a famously foodie town. But really boring.
Hi there,
Hello,
Alex.
how are you?
I'm
Alex
very well.
Polizzi.
Hi, I'm Elaine.
Lovely
You've come
to be here.
help me make some sandwiches today, is that right?
Great. So tell me, you started this about 30 years ago.
Yes, I actually bought it 31 years ago. I had the cunning plan that maybe we could open a bakery in Padstow, as there actually wasn't one at the time, a production bakery.
Yeah.
And I think I created a monster, to be quite honest, Alex.
Yeah.
Of course, there is friction, isn't there, between family members.
Do you want to be more specific?
Well, there's friction between Louise and Greg. Obviously, I mean, when they're kids, and nothing's changed. I mean, when they're kids, I used to just bang their heads together. Bye, Edna, bye.
Elaine's daughter Louisa has been here 9 years. Part of her job is to oversee the production of their award-winning Cornish pasty. What is it that you're putting on? It is clotted cream.
A lot of people use butter, but we've always used cream. My gran, we used to have the milk round, and my gran used to make clotted cream. So we used to obviously have a lot about, so she always used to put it in the pasties.
I'm amazed that isn't stated somewhere on your... when you mention a pasty.
Yeah.
You know, darling, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Who would think that there's clotted cream in a pasty?
It is.
It's daft not to shout about such a unique recipe. In a town like this, their products need to stand out. I know this is an old family recipe. Have you tried tweaking it? I mean, who decides on recipes and what to do next? And
I mean, I have been trying to make a curried pasty for a few years. My mother keeps saying over my dead body, so after the wake, I'll be there.
Louisa seems keen to develop the Chuffs offering, but I can see escaping the shadow of her mother might not be easy.
So, answer the phone, somebody. Answer the phone, Tom.
Hello, Chuff.
If it's working, you know, don't fix it. That's my sort of... If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's been my attitude.
So both
and I have to say, exceedingly stubborn at times.
She's biting at the bit now, I think, to change it.
But when they're both together, if they've got two different ideas around the same subject, then, oh boy, yeah, they're just butting heads. Well,
at the end of the day, it's her baby, you know, and she's not going to pass it over lightly, I can tell you that.
The other contender to take the reins is Elaine's son, Greg. He's a relative newcomer, only joining the business 18 months ago.
Nice
to meet you. Can I come in?
Yeah, of course you can.
Thank
Please,
you.
come in. Move the chair for you.
Most of the time, he's not even here, working from his home in Wales.
But I am the sort of person that makes decisions on the basis of cold, hard facts,
Yeah.
doing my research properly, listing out the pros and the cons, and coming to a decision on that basis.
I mean, what do you think? Do you think you're the brains of the operation?
No, I wouldn't say that.
What proportion of your time is spent actually selling?
Very small, actually, but, you know, I've converted most of the people I've gone out and done, so it's a quality, not a quantity thing.
But what proportion of the business overall in the year is wholesale, and how much goes straight to the shop?
Well, it was only 15% last year.
15%?
Yeah.
A 15% wholesale figure is shocking, and as sales manager, Greg should be ashamed of himself. The Chuff has a large off-site bakery run by head baker and Elaine's nephew, Ryan, where there are the facilities and space to up production considerably.
I mean, Greg's never worked in a business, and he's sort of come in straight away to partnership, which, I mean, Ryan and myself have worked years towards. The other thing is he doesn't know an awful lot about the business. He's not got a background in business. Unfortunately, he seems to have he's overconfident with what he thinks he knows, which a lot of the time isn't enough.
I see myself as, you know, trying to provide a guiding influence, trying to provide expert, almost like a consultant, you know. 4 different bloody rental agreements you had, all having annual bloody increases. How'd you over a bloody barrel? Everybody, apart from me, the leaders, my sister, Ryan, they're all at the coalface chipping around, and they haven't got the time to get out the mine and go, well, where are we going anyway, you know?
Yeah, OK, you came in and did it. It's not right to say that we wouldn't have done anything else.
Yeah, please, Robert, you're going cross. You're going arrogant.
The family dysfunction hasn't escaped the notice of Dad Rob, who seems trapped in the crossfire.
The business has got to change. It's no use staying as we are or going backwards. We've got to move forwards. They've got to learn to really concentrate on the important thing about moving forward, the need for agreement. And really, if we don't, you know, we should just have to sell the business and put the beast out of its misery, so to speak.
Rob's right. Swift action is needed if the Chuff is going to survive into the next generation. And the company's accounts expose the cold, hard facts.
In March, they made a significant loss of 16%. Based on the size of their bakery and the size of my bakery, that surprises me, because even in the very worst month here, we never make more than a 10% loss.
On top of all their other problems, the Eade family's business is being crippled by Cornwall's seasonality. 86% of their turnover is generated between April and October.
We lost money in November, December, January, February and March. But the only reason they've survived this long is Mum and Dad have pumped their own money into the business to keep it alive during the winter. If they didn't do that, it would go bust.
It's a situation that can only get worse.
Of course, there have been huge increases in the costs of various goods. Everything dairy, fuel's gone up enormously, packaging has gone up, flour has gone up 20%. So that, of course, does hit the bottom line, but this is last year's figures.
It's clear that big changes need to be made, but other than Greg, I don't think the family realised just how serious the situation is.
These accounts are not just for putting in the loo and using to, you know, fan yourselves. Your bottom line at the moment looks quite profitable because you don't draw a salary per se, and it isn't shown in this profit. And you're still having to recommit your own money into the business to keep it going through the lean times. And so the figures are completely skewed. You making your fantastic award-winning pasties isn't enough. And I think that has to be just clearly understood, that there isn't any going back.
The bottom line is, time's running out for us too, really.
I'm aware of that. Transforming the chuff won't be easy, and to do so, the family will have to set aside their differences and all pull together. We'll need to revitalise their shop and products, find a wider market for their pasties, and win significantly more wholesale business for their speciality breads, which currently are far from special. And that's the first thing I want to tackle. I've invited the next generation up to London to learn from the best baker I know, though I may be biased. He's my husband, Marcus.
Through here, we have the production area. And over in this area, during the day, we're producing all of our tin bread, and at night, then, we use this area for speciality.
Marcus is a master baker following a long family tradition. 14 years ago, we started our own wholesale bakery, which now supplies everyone from burger bars to the Caprice Restaurant Group and Gordon Ramsay. How many people do we have working here at the moment?
50.
How many did you start with?
Just me and you. Back in the good old days.
Back in the good old days. I know Marcus is a stickler for detail, so this should help raise their game.
Let's try the large white bloomer. The cut, what I would say is about your cuts.
Yeah, it's a bit deep.
It's not necessarily the depth of them, it's the angle.
Yeah.
Because you've gone more across the loaf,
Yeah.
the only way the loaf can grow is underneath.
Right, yeah.
That's why it splits.
All right, yeah.
On your seam there. If you cut it further along the loaf, you'll get the growth at the top.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you'll flower from the top of the loaf. It looks like you're using a lot of improver.
Yeah, we do use improvers, yeah.
Improvers are expensive, aren't they?
Very.
Yeah.
It's the most expensive
Yeah, it is,
part.
yeah.
So if we could cut that down, that could shave a bit off.
This is your olive. You can see here where it's actually dropped down.
Yeah.
And your crumb here is compressed.
Yeah.
That's not very good at all. And what's this one?
The untraditional focaccia.
Okay. Let's have a look.
It's Cornish focaccia.
It's like a...
And it's very deep and a little bit oily. When you bake in the tin, you're holding all the oil
Yeah, so it's
in
just
the base, so
soaking,
it ends up frying if you're not careful. You can
That's
cut down on the herbs a
herbs.
little bit. They cost money.
Yeah.
They're expensive.
Shall I get
It's-
one of
it's
yours?
quite dense.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
We saw those, yeah.
This is one of ours. This
Yeah.
is olive, and this is about the depth of the focaccia.
Yeah. That's really nice.
Yeah.
But revamping their bread will be pointless if Greg doesn't get out and sell it. Do you want to try some? And that will take an intimate knowledge of the product, something he will currently struggle with. I think you have to be very gung-ho about, when we started this business, I had never baked bread, I'd never sold a loaf of bread, and I'd never driven a van before. Let alone him getting me to clean his 2,000-foot bakery, as it was at the time. I learned how to do all those things because we really wanted to succeed. You need to make a big effort to sell. You can't wait for people to come to you. Every time a new restaurant opens, you should be bloody there banging on the door. And
That's my
Greg,
job.
what is evident is that Greg doesn't have enough product knowledge because he's only there 2 days a week.
For me, the knowledge thing is actually getting involved in the production of the bread and stuff, because you need to have the intimate knowledge of how it's made and how it's produced and what ingredients go into it. And I don't mind doing that. I will, over the next month or two, actually do days in the bakery and in the shop to get that intimate knowledge of production.
Bread is not the only thing that the family could be wholesaling. They've clearly got a brilliant product in their pasty. And if they could develop a frozen version to sell to retailers outside the county, it could massively reduce their seasonality problems.
Lay 6 down this end as well, in a minute, please.
I can't do 2 jobs at once.
Didn't ask you to, do I?
So I've gathered the whole family together in the Chuff's pasty kitchen. What I'd like you to discuss is whether you're going to try and find a solution to your frozen pasty dilemma.
I think it's the level at which you freeze them.
You're going to have to look at stuff like freezer protocols, health and safety, traceability, which is all sort of like...
We don't most of that. I don't know, it's...
I mean, let's all give ourselves a week off and do it.
We spend £150 million a year on pasties in this country, with most sold outside of Cornwall. And I want the Eade family to get in on the act, but coming to any sort of agreement seems beyond them.
We need an action plan of how to do it.
Yeah.
I think the first one we've got to do is just develop a pasty that can be frozen and baked properly first before
That's
we
the
have to
first
worry about
step.
anything like
Well, what is the legislation?
Oh, there's tons, Greg. Absolutely
I don't know
tons.
anything.
It's a big project. It's a big project.
Just a minute, there is a thing called due diligence.
But can I just point out something? You're all going round and round again. This is obviously what you do. So, yes, you're creating more problems than you're solving.
First, we've got to do a pasty.
So, no, I suggest you do everything. No, darling, you don't. You give everyone a job to do. Now, why don't each of you take one aspect of that, and then I'd like us to agree that you will have all those findings to present, because at least we'll be able to make it a decision and put one thing to bed. Yeah?
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, good.
Okay.
The interesting thing is, I'm not convinced one way or the other whether a frozen pasty is the right way to go. I just want the evidence in front of me, and then it's easy to decide.
We should have it all ready and we can all sit down together and go, OK, right, you know, this is the product, this is what it tastes like, this is going to work.
She wants a solution, which we don't get to. We never get to solutions.
Well, we're finding out all the information will tell us what the solution is going to be.
But we can't just do our individual things.
All I'm saying
We've got
is...
to work together.
It is a project, but we've all got individual tasks. We're not all doing the same thing. Just get on with it.
Like bloody Punch and Judy.
Come on,
we need to do something.
Yeah.
For God's sake, do something, right? That's what always happens when we have a meeting. You know, lots of talk, no bloody action. Let's talk, and then, we'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big thing. You know, manyan is a great buzzword, I think, in the chuff. Don't talk. Do it, for God's sake, because otherwise there is no point, whatever, in carrying on. They make difficulties for themselves. They've just got to get on with it. And this time, they've got to.
I couldn't agree more, and there's one problem that we really must tackle immediately. Come and look at this place. I mean, what do you think, standing here looking in?
This is a mess. Constantly saying that front window. I come down, have a couple of days off and we've got posters here, and I just go, take it out. Just bloody take it out.
But if you're the one that says, oh, I want a sign in the window that says bacon baps. You're the one that says, I want that Cornish Pasty Association poster in that window. So a lot of it is stuff that you've told people to do.
I think the important thing is let's do what we can now to make it all look better, and arrange for a glazier to come and fix that window.
Absolutely.
Today.
Okay.
It means you lose the decal.
Yeah, you
Decal's
think
not...
so?
Darling, it's stopping you seeing into the shop.
I hate it.
So.
Do you?
Oh, good for you. I hate it.
I don't like it.
But also, darling, you're in an independent family bakery. Everything you should do should be pointed towards making sure that people understand that. That is the kind of thing that a big firm does.
Instead of having a bloody decal of someone else's bread, let's have our own real bread in the window. All right, yeah, fine, but it's still a bloody two-dimensional image instead of three-dimensional real fresh-baked bread.
I think that was very positive. I seem to finally have got them quite fired up. It is frustrating, though, because this is all fairly basic stuff. These are the first small steps. I mean, honestly, that window, who would ever have thought that it was acceptable to leave a window smashed like that for 6 weeks? Really not rocket science, is it? But I'm hoping that this is just the beginning of the momentum they'll gain, and it's going to take all of them to fully sign up to this process to make sure we achieve as much as we need to.
And it's got all these nasty hooks and yellow spots.
Yeah, well, that's for the Christmas decoration. Oh, no. How long have you waited to tell me this?
Oh, it's been a few years.
A few years? I've been doing it, I want to tell you, ever since I've been working here, but I wouldn't dare.
OK.
Elaine clearly finds change difficult. But if the business is going to go forward, then she needs to take a step back. It's really important, darling, because, you know, the world moves on. And one has to move on with it.
That's fine. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to slit this wrist yet.
Good, good. But Elaine needs proof that one of the kids can take it on.
The last 2 years, she's been talking about saying, oh, you know, I'm going to be 60 soon, I want to retire, it's time I took a step back. But she can't. It's like she can't leave it alone. It's her baby, she built it, she developed it, she'll always be down there, interfering.
I want Greg and Louisa to step up to the plate, to prove to me and their mother that they're ready to take over the reins. So I've asked Greg to spend more time in Padstow getting some hands-on bakery experience. And I've asked Louisa to focus on developing their products.
Let's go make pasties.
Louisa is taking steps to show she's ready. The family gave up on making a frozen pasty, but she's determined to crack it. I think she can do it.
I am the manager down here on paper, but at the end of the day, she owns the business, so it works like any other business. I should imagine if whoever the guy that owns Tesco's walks into one of his stores, I'm sure the store manager, if he tells him to move that over there, he's going to do it. When we bake them, we're going to part bake them, but we're going to part bake them for different times to see which is going to give us the best result.
But the proof of the pudding, as they say...
These are...
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
They look very good.
Well, the pastry is holding up nicely,
Yes,
isn't it?
it certainly is.
Which one shall we try of these?
Middle one.
Should we try the middle one?
Doesn't taste
Dry.
It's dry.
Very dry. Too hard.
And that's not...
The potato's too hard on that.
Yeah. Chewy.
I don't think we like those then.
No, we don't like those.
It looks like a...
It feels
like roadkill.
The bastards just
Well, it
pastry that
doesn't smell
looks
nice. Ugh.
Just chop it up.
No gravy.
No gravy, dry again.
Several pasties in, my faith is in danger of being shaken.
Tasteless.
Yeah.
This is one of the unbaked ones again.
Is it?
Is it?
It is, yeah.
No,
Oh, that's nasty.
doesn't work, does
But it
it?
just doesn't work. Unbaking it doesn't work.
OK, well, that's one thing we've discovered.
Yeah.
Next up, pasties with a longer pre-bake.
Oh, that's better. Look at the juice and gravy
coming
coming out.
out.
Yeah,
The pastry's a lot thicker.
Yeah. This is tasty.
That looks nice too.
It does.
I think it actually looks a little bit
That looks
nicer.
better.
It's quite nice.
It's good. So what do you think, after all this? Do you think it's possible now to
Yes.
produce a frozen pasty that meets your exacting standards?
Exactly. Yeah, I do.
Alleluia. That's what I call a result. In just 1 week, Louise has overturned years of procrastination and developed a pasty that could finally escape the confines of seasonal Cornwall. But it's not just the pasties I want to see take to the road.
I have a challenge for you,
Okay.
which is I would like you to try and sell your pasties out of a mobile van at a big event. The ways that you could use a van are enormous. You could use them at
absolutely.
Christmas fairs, football matches, and you could do something throughout the year.
Yeah.
So are you up for it?
I am, definitely.
Yes,
Yes,
Louisa?
I'll be up
Thanks,
for it.
darling. All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
That's quite all right.
That was a real breakthrough. They've actually achieved something very concrete. They have a recipe for a frozen pasty, and they seem very gung-ho about trying with this mobile van idea.
I think a van is a good idea, actually.
Car boot sales, that sort of thing. People are always wanting hot food, and what's better than a Cornish pasty? It's the ultimate convenience food, isn't it?
A lot less trouble than making a burger or a bacon bap or something like that, because it's already made.
I understand we've got a long way to go, but I have to say the Eade family showed great signs of starting to work very well together. One thing we all agreed was essential was that Greg spend time on the shop floor getting first-hand experience of their products. But as the weeks roll on, he remains conspicuous by his absence.
I mean, it has sort of been quite sort of trying at times down here. Greg hasn't really been down, so, you know, we'll just have to wait and see. But doing a full day, either in here, in the shop, or and up in the bakery, will probably help him understand sort of like the pressures on like our time. He sort of is trying to do jobs that he's never done before, you know. Like he's, oh yeah, I'm a marketing expert. It's like, well, you can't be a marketing expert. I've read a book on it. Well, that doesn't make you a marketing expert, you know. It's like I read a book on brain surgery, but I'm not going to go and cut someone's head open, you know, just to see if it worked, all right.
Today, Greg will be forced to get his hands dirty. I want the whole family to test out if selling pasties at events could be another answer to their seasonality problems. I've booked them a pitch at a car boot sale in Somerset. There's a lot riding on the event. If successful, getting on the road could provide a real lifeline for business during the winter. Louise has baked hundreds of pasties to flog to the hungry masses.
Sleep ready still. Right, let's see how long these little beauties take.
Everything's pretty much set up. All the ovens seem to be working, so yeah, amazingly, so far, so good.
We'll sell the lot. They'll be queuing up to buy them in about half hour.
But any cause for optimism soon evaporates.
Things aren't looking good.
Well, this is slightly disheartening. It certainly doesn't have either the number of stalls or the number of visitors that I was assured it was going to have. Of course, there is a burger van here, which presupposes that they think it's worth their while to be here. Maybe it's going to get massively busier.
The cost of just everything that we've baked to bring up today, we need to sell really about 300 to 400 pasties to make our money back.
I think if we gave a tray each to everyone here at the minute, we would still have some left.
Not good. Not good at all.
Do you want a pasty?
Hello.
Hello.
Or a sausage roll?
Chicken pie.
Oh, I haven't got a chicken pie.
The turnout is a crushing blow, but still I'm convinced there's something in this idea. Mobile catering is a growing sector, and smaller overheads mean profit margins can be up to 40% higher than in a restaurant or shop.
Is it quieter today than usual?
Very. It's just terrible. It's never been this quiet.
Really? My pasty sellers are very disheartened and I feel awful.
Yeah, the thing is, you're going to have good days and bad days. Everybody in the food trays knows one day they're going to make money and one day they're not.
Yeah.
That is the ups and downs of anybody. So if they're willing to put in the hours, they'll get their bonuses.
It's very encouraging to hear that actually it would have been busier here usually. I think the argument that some days you win and some days you lose don't work so well when you have a static shop that already you're paying rent and rates on. So yes, you can win and lose there, but you wouldn't want all the extra expense of taking a van out unless you're pretty damn toot and sure that you're going to make some money.
Expecting a rush of customers, Elaine and Rob have turned up to lend a hand.
Well, it's thin on the ground, I'm afraid.
It's dire.
The family have gone to such effort, I'm determined that the day doesn't end in disaster.
It isn't working here, so let's move on. We're mobile, let's do it.
I've heard about another market up the road, so we packed down. And then set up again 10 miles away.
Right, what else do we need here? Anything else?
Where things immediately feel a lot more positive.
Can we interest you in a Cornish pasty?
We're warming them up currently in our oven as well, so...
Yeah. Thank you. Come and try a Cornish pasty. A couple of cheese leek and onions, too.
Cornish, that's £5, please. Lovely, thank you.
At least there's a few more people here. We have some chance of redeeming ourselves on the disastrous start to the day.
Yep, certainly. Do you want just that one? OK.
Nice Cornish pasty, anyone?
0.
Come on, Lou.
I can't, my voice is going.
Delicious, fresh Cornish pasty.
The pasties are soon flying off the shelves.
8, righto.
Getting the attention of the punters
Yeah?
and the organisers.
We just wondered if you'd be interested in attending on a Saturday, because it's obviously full of market traders, market stalls, that sort of
Is it
thing.
much busier than this?
It's a lot busier on a Saturday.
And what's the sort of footfall that you get on a Saturday?
We get several thousand people, about 2,000 people for
Honestly?
on a Saturday.
Although we haven't got time to make all of our money back, the day is ending in a much more upbeat fashion.
We haven't made any money.
No.
We've been given some quite good advice by quite a lot of people, haven't we? I do think there's mileage in it. You know, if it's costed up properly, obviously equipped properly, and it's like filling up the spare capacity in the wintertime.
I'm thrilled to see Greg finally separated from his computer. But I think if he's to earn the respect of his colleagues and help the business move forward, he must do more.
What I did find quite cheering is the fact that you all pulled so well together. I think, you know, to a certain extent, you have to be seen to be getting your hands dirty. I appreciate that you have different roles, and ultimately your responsibility is completely different in that business from Louisa's, yeah?
Yes.
But actually, you can't just expect things to happen without your impetus. Someone has to drive this whole thing, and you have to step forward and drive it forward, because otherwise you're going to stay stuck. Ultimately, Greg is the last arrival to this business. He's fresh blood. He's the one who should be coming with all the ideas and all the energy, not quite so beaten down by the exhausting season that they've just undergone. So now it's over to him, as far as I'm concerned. He has to prove his worth.
Back in Padstow, Louisa is keeping herself busy once again. She's begun a complete overhaul of the Chuff's old-fashioned confectionery range.
I've just done a lemon drizzle and a chocolate brownie. Kerry's doing some hazelnut muffins. We're doing some roasted banana muffins and an apple and onion tart over there.
And nephew Ryan is experimenting with some new speciality breads.
We usually do actually about a square. I always have Marcus, he does some like little round ones. They look really nice as well, so I'm just having a go just to see if we get anything.
But despite my plea, Greg still hasn't got his hands dirty at the bakery. And what's more, even though Louisa's developed a recipe for a frozen pasty, he hasn't sent out a single sample to potential retailers.
You know, why not see if we can find someone, Greg, that wants to buy a small amount?
I've written down a list of 6 potential wholesale customers here. I'm fed up of being told that I've got to go out and find customers when that's what I'm doing, and then I'm told we haven't got a product to sell.
A very small customer that is only looking at buying, but which you said actually both of them are no good. But we've got a hell of a lot of other bloody stuff that we can market. I mean, there's a lot of our customers out there that we deliver to. We haven't even asked them, would you like to sell our pasties? I mean, Constantine, they said, do they have pasties or don't they? Let's go around and have a look.
I like Greg. He's a very personable young man, and he's certainly clever. But it is incredibly frustrating. I have seen him talk the talk, but I've never seen him walk the walk. He's promised me the earth, the moon and the stars, and I've never received any of it yet. And I'm afraid my patience is run very, very thin.
Very cool. Hello.
Hi, Greg. Alex Polizzi here.
Hi, Alex. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Yeah, very well.
I just wanted to be told what's been happening recently, what you've been up to.
Well, I went down to Cornwall the week before last. Unfortunately, we hadn't moved on much from when we met with you last.
Right.
Well,
sourcing potential customers is up to you, isn't it, darling? So how are you with that?
Yeah, it is. I've got a list of 5 or 6.
Right.
But the rest of the family are very much, well, until we know that we can mass produce this, we can't approach them.
But I thought that we were going... I'm sorry, I thought that it was decided that you were going to try for some smaller pasty wholesalers. I thought that was the agreement with the family. It says on your card that you're IT and sales director, and I wanted to see you setting up some sales appointments and making sure that you carry them out. You need the practice, and the product needs the feedback.
So basically, Alex, you're giving me complete... authorisation to go ahead and contact these companies, because what's holding me back isn't that I don't want to. I definitely want to do this, but I'm being held back by others who are saying don't go and approach them because we haven't ticked all the boxes we need to tick.
I know, but let's find out if they like the bloody product. Okay, so I'm putting this firmly on your shoulders, Greg.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yes,
yeah.
So it'll be you who's letting me down if it's not done. You definitely have my full authorisation.
That's fine then.
All right, darling, so I would like you to do that, and then I shall smile on you happily. And it will be as if the sun came out.
Don't worry, I won't let you down, Alex.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Bye.
thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Well, she certainly gave me a talking to, didn't she? I don't think it was fair about the frozen pasties. Not me that's not going to, you know, it's other people stopping me. But look, you know, at the moment we've got no customers whatsoever for this frozen pasty, so what the hell are we doing it for, really?
If the bakery is to survive long-term, it needs swift and radical change, but progress is glacial. 2 months in, and they're facing the sad situation of having to let staff go.
We've already laid people off this season. I sincerely hope that this is the last year that I will have to lay off good, loyal members of staff.
To make matters worse, Elaine is put out of action by a bad back, stalling progress further. My mobile pasty idea seems to have disappeared into the ether. As for Greg getting hands-on with products, well, it's a familiar story.
I think Greg's in the office. I thought he was coming in here in the bakery today, so I'm not too sure what's going on, if I'm honest.
Improving their wholesale business will need a salesman with passion and knowledge, and I'm beginning to think Greg just ain't it. I've asked Louisa and Ryan to test his understanding of the new bread range.
Yeah, not too bad.
Good, good.
So, the new bread.
Well, some of it, not all of it. But...
Yeah.
So,
Ryan sent me an email and had a chat about it on the phone, so I should know most of it. I mean, obviously those are our 2 standard slice, granary and white. These are new burger bats. These are the sourdough ones, right?
No, they're just plain bats.
Just normal plain bats, but they're smaller than our standard
They're a little
ones,
bit smaller, yeah.
A little bit smaller and rounder. What are these ones then? Tea cakes?
No.
What are they? I genuinely don't know what these are. I've never seen them before.
Brioche.
These are the brioche, are they? Oh my God. So are they sweet?
I thought you might be slightly better than what things were.
It is frustrating. I mean, to be honest, I thought he did know a bit more than he did. I was hoping he knew more than he did, so it is frustrating.
And boys are putting so much effort into these products, you know, and we want to get them out there and sold. What's the point in putting all this effort into stuff and, you know, it not being sold properly? I think, you know, that's one of the areas Greg needs to sort of focus on is sort of selling and relating and, you know, getting a bit more excited about some bread, you know. We are. It's lovely, you know, it's fabulous.
I don't think it really properly tested my product knowledge because what we were looking at was a set of products that are still in development. You got to remember Ryan only started developing these last week. He was at Marcus's the previous week learning about them. So I'd never seen them before. These are our ciabatta as well, fully baked loaf. No, no.
Start again.
I'd wanted to relaunch this business in a few weeks' time, but it's still in a complete mess. So I'm heading back to Padstow to bring things to a head.
Greg has been talking for months. So it's my very first visit about coming and spending time down here and really learning about the products in depth so that he can be a decent salesman. All things being fair, we could have achieved great things here, but I do feel that I'm constantly put off with excuses, and it's very annoying.
Greg's inaction may be making my blood boil, but the problem's bigger than that. The uncertainty around the future and whether Elaine will hand over the reins means they're all scared stiff to make a decision for themselves.
I truly believed after my first visit here that this was somewhere I was going to be able to make a huge difference. I was going to be able to dramatically change their fortunes. And I feel like I've been stymied by the family's procrastination.
I've called the family to an emergency meeting because I fear unless they tackle this problem, the business is going nowhere.
I wanted to see enormous change here in my time with you, and I feel like I haven't managed it. I feel like I've failed. And I don't think that that's from any lack of my trying. I really don't, because I have kept on saying what we need to do. You know, I think the whole succession of the place needs to be discussed and who ultimately is in charge when you're not around. I'll give you my opinion for what it's worth, and I'm very happy to be shouted down. Greg isn't here the whole time. You do an essential role, but you're just not, darling, and someone needs to be on the ground. Ryan, I don't know if you agree with me, but I see you as a more, you know, someone who's very happy to work very hard, but more in the background. You don't particularly want to lead the business forward, and so I think that leads Lou. There has to be someone with whom the ultimate authority rests. And what I've seen is that the person who, when I needed stuff done, has always sprung to the doing is Lou. It's very nice to have someone who doesn't procrastinate and just gets on with stuff. You should be very dynamic and mobile. That's the great thing about being a small family business, that you can react and do stuff and make changes instantaneously. And that's something that, historically, it seems to me you've been very bad at doing.
Part of this has been hampered by, you know, the fact that I've not been operational for 6 weeks.
OK, well,
Maybe the fact that you're not well, someone else does need to be in charge to make the decisions all the time, because when you're not well, we need someone else to come and start doing that, because you're not available to do it all the time, you know, so it's...
And the trouble is, as well, if we do make a decision in your absence, if you don't like that decision, well, I wouldn't have done it like that, so we're not doing it anymore, you know? So therefore, it's not discussed beforehand. That's the big problem. You know, like, sort of things are altered and there's no discussion that goes on about it. You know, and I think more of this has got to happen.
There's a lot of discussing that goes on, but the discussing never seems to really lead anywhere. You know,
Absolutely.
I can't imagine how you feel about it, because I feel sick. And
No,
I
I do.
honestly beg you, Elaine, to think about how you're going to work this hierarchy. Ultimately, you have to decide who's going to be in charge, OK?
Yeah.
What more could I do? I'm sure that some of that was very hard for them to hear, particularly Elaine, but I honestly don't think that I would have done my job if I'd avoided saying it. Let the cards fall as they will.
It doesn't work, and there does need to be one person in charge. Who that person is, I don't know, but she, you know, it can't be me. She's right, it can't be me, because I live in Wales. So yeah, I agree with her. I'm stepping out of it.
To be honest, I'd rather work, so... Yeah.
This sounds
So
as though
that's
it's
like
a
we've
case...
made a decision then,
no,
doesn't
I'm
it?
sorry, this sounds like a case of default. At the moment, Lou's got a lot of skills to learn before she can step into my shoes.
You've got to give her the chance, Elaine.
Got to give her the chance, but there's a lot of skills that she's got to learn. And the first one, you know, she's got to show me a bit more respect. And she's also got to learn from me. If she's got an idea, we've got to sit and talk about it. We haven't got to argue. One of us hasn't got to stomp off out the door, or the other one stomp off out the door, all the toys out the pram. If there's an idea, we talk about it. We move forward together.
We do talk about it. Well, we do. The trouble is, I mean, we talk about it, but a lot of the time you still won't listen.
You know, you've got to let go, Mum, and I know you've got a lot of problems and issues, but sometimes you just got to let people do it on their own, and if they screw up, they screw up, but you've got to try and let it happen, I think.
It's been a 4-year plan for about 10 years
Yeah,
now.
well,
Yeah, and the thing is, if you carry on hovering around, no one's going to take that
so
responsibility.
you can guarantee me now,
I can
all of you, £50,000 now, I'll walk away and you'll never see me again. OK?
Well, that's
No,
not
no,
what we're
no,
saying.
that's not
That's what you've just said.
Not
We've
what
been
we're
going on for
saying.
10 years. We can do it without you.
No, we're not even saying that at all.
No, I think this conversation's gone too far anyway. I think over and out, please. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
You know,
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
going to go on with this anymore. It's...
Oh, there we go. Yes, it's quite difficult. I mean, Mum, you know, the chuff is so much about who she is. You know, it's sort of like part of her. You know, like it's like her child.
Yeah.
You know, and I just think she is finding it very, very difficult to let go. And you know, in some ways, I don't know whether she can.
The flaw in Elaine, I think she's a genius, what she does. But the flaw in her is that she won't let go. You have to drag her almost out kicking and screaming. And thereby lies the problem.
I'm not ready for her to step away, you know. But, you know, I think, you know, we've got to sort of push towards the future as well. And towards her, you know, being able to step up, having the confidence in us to run this place for her and for her to be able to sit back and take the money.
So she has to relax the reins a bit, and you guys have to push a little harder. I mean, I think there's a combination of the two.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's about right.
The trouble is when someone's cornered, they tend to lash out and they tend to not think the thing through. If she doesn't and Louisa turns her back on it and walks away, that's a business goal for mine. You know, it's all been for nothing then.
It is a very precious thing, a business that you create. You nurture it, but you know, there is time when you've got to realise you've got to let it go. And I don't think I'm not here for the sake of being here. You know, I've got a life to live. I've got loads of things that I want to do. I really feel as though we've just got to hang on here a little bit more longer.
Facing up to issues like this is one of the nightmares of family businesses, but getting things out in the open can only have a positive effect. As the dust settles, it seems it may just have done the trick. Ryan continues to radically improve his breads, and in a very welcome turn of events, Greg has accepted his limitations and called on the help of Ryan's wife, Erica, to bolster the sales drive.
Obviously, through Ryan, I know what's in the products and how they're made. Just made more sense.
Sounds like you two have very interesting pillow talk.
I know, it's really sad.
There's 10% Ryan, this one.
All right, well, I'll see you 1 o'clock on Monday with all the samples. OK, cheers, bye.
Darling, brilliant! God, how I'm so pleased. Well done, thanks.
OK, thanks.
Yeah.
Finally, movement. One phone call and Erica has got an appointment to show off Ryan's new bread to the head chef of the biggest hotel in Padstow. Et voila, it's that simple. It's not just sales where Greg has sought to make a change. He's also come out in support of his sister leading the chuff into the future.
I mean, they are world famous.
The problem is, Greg, she doesn't trust me by now. She's never going to trust me. You know, I think she's always had more sort of respect for what you've ever done than me, and that's always how it's always been.
You know, she doesn't trust you, I don't think, in all honesty, to run it, which I think is crazy, because what I've seen is that you're more than capable of doing it. Cheers. Here's to a much better working relationship.
Yeah.
The overall more proactive attitude is heartening. It's not just brother and sister that have turned over a new leaf. The shop is being entirely refitted. And what's more, Greg has finally followed up on the frozen pasty project and sent a sample to a major national retailer.
Inside here, ladies and gentlemen.
The feedback is very encouraging.
Here's our first batch. That is our new frozen product, and that, I believe, is the future of the Chuff Bakery.
And the future also holds better off-season profits.
We've got the steak at $2.50.
With their new breads and pasties, the family can clean up at Christmas fairs by going mobile.
Lovely, that's £5, OK? Much obliged, sir. I'll just get you some change a moment. What we need to do, I think, is get a series of these like this, and then we must put them in a calendar of events, so every year we know when that time of the year comes, we're going to do these markets. Thank you very much indeed. OK, hope you enjoy. And of course, the great deal of markets that take place in Cornwall, the ones we want to do are in the winter when we're having problems, you know, with our cash flow and turnover.
Would you like to come and try some of our bread? Elaine's famous bats. You want to hear the buzz down in the shop and up at the bakery, you know? Hi there, would you like to try some of this? We have to reinvent ourselves. You can't just stay still.
Thank you very much. That's £5 for another, OK?
Thanks very much. Don't forget your bread.
It's my last visit to Padstow. I'm here for the bakery's relaunch event, the town's first ever Cornish pasty day. And I'm here to see the new look shop for myself. First impressions? I'm thrilled. The once dreary and messy shopfront has been completely transformed. It's stylish, harmonious, and feels much more like an independent family business. And instead of hiding their products away, they're now proudly showing them off to the punters of Padstow. Inside, the scruffy signs are a thing of the past. there's a much more unified theme that complements a selection of far more tempting treats.
Hi, Alex. How's it going? How are you?
It's looking great outside. Are you pleased with this?
It's looking really, really smart.
It really stands out now.
Yeah.
And it just looks very professional and very slick.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, now the confectionery range is just so much better.
Good, darling.
You know, she is a creative chef. And at last, she's out of that pasty kitchen.
Oh, darling, it's nice. It's
you know,
a
it's
compliment.
really coming
a
on.
Compliment. That's nice. I'm really pleased. Well, I think that this looks, I mean, there's a big change from when I first walked in here. I know that there's a long way to go, darling, but I feel very positive, and I just hope that today works as well as it could do.
This is Padstow. Never rains on my parade.
The sun may be setting on my time with the family, but the townsfolk have come out in droves to support this local business and their Cornish Pasty Day. The family have come up trumps, laying on Cornish dancing, fancy dress, and a world exclusive.
Normal's first proper pasty crimping competition. On your mark, get set, go!
The local community, current customers, potential new ones, and the press have turned out in force to support the Chuff Bakery.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fisherman's friend.
Even the town's most famous foodie, Rick Stein, who also sells pasties, has turned up, clearly checking out the competition.
These
They're
are
good.
Very good, very good. I'm a bit worried about them, actually.
You are nice, thanks. Well, it's good that the pasty's now become a protected product, isn't it?
I think it is. It's about time, really. I mean, we've been all too slow in this country to sort of claim what's ours. I think I'm really very pride and satisfaction that finally something like this has been recognised as unique to a particular part of the country. Now that you've got to make the pasties in Cornwall, the whole thing, the economics suddenly changed, don't they?
Exactly, that's why it's so important.
Yeah, yeah. Well, good luck to them, because they work hard, they really do, actually.
I really hope that the family can boost their profits by selling their pasties all over the country. But now it's time for me to bow out gracefully.
Thanks very much.
You know you can always call Marcus for any advice.
Yeah, we'll do it, Laurie.
All right, good.
He's on quick going.
Bye, later. It's tomorrow.
Thank you, darling. You've been
Lovely
a
to
star.
It's been absolutely superb to have met you.
I think a good, healthy debate is good, as long as you actually solve something at the end of it.
That's coming down your wheels.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't need to wish you luck, darling, because I think that, you know, ultimately one creates one's own luck. And you've done it so far. I wish the kids luck, because I think they all need to pick, you know, they need to step up their gear.
Yes, definitely. I think they're on the way, though. I definitely have seen a huge change in them.
Good.
All I can say is thank you, Alex.
So we're parting
thank you,
friends.
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely.
I'm glad, my darling. It's been a pleasure.
And it's been a pleasure for us.
What can I say? This has not been the easiest job I've ever done. They're quite a difficult family, and it was quite a big challenge. However, I do feel that they've set off well down the path I laid down for them. They've definitely got a lot of potential. The future's in their hands.
2 months on, and the shop and their products look great.
I think it's amazing that Alex has shown us what we can achieve in such a small amount of time. We've improved our products no end.
They're actually becoming artisans. They're getting pride in what they're producing. I think it was the sort of, I don't know, sort of kick up the butt that we needed, maybe.
So, the shop's in shape. But is Elaine going to retire and hand over power?
Not bad.
It's looking nice, isn't it?
Almost symmetry.
Almost.
Almost, yeah. But it's never going to be an easy situation between Louisa and myself.
At the end of the day, we are actually singing from the same hymn sheet, but, you know, it's just different verses.
Both of us have got to learn to respect each other.
He's got a lot more confidence in, like me, Ryan and Greg.
Do you know what? got faith now. It's going to be all right. I can see a light at the end of the tunnel.
I'm on my way to the outskirts of Manchester to a struggling family-run MOT garage.
Like most of us, I'm pretty clueless about the internal workings of a combustion engine, but I have been very unhappy about every service I've ever received from a garage. So as a consumer, this is going to interest me a lot.
Small independent firms in this industry have taken a real bashing over the last 10 years, with car dealerships and large chains taking a bigger slice of the action. Nearly a third of all small traders have ended up on the scrap heap.
The money coming through is dropping quite dramatically. And I keep thinking, will we get through? Will we make it? Have we got enough money in the bank? How long can we carry on? And that scares me.
In 2003, Jan and Derek Lord set up their business in Guidebridge.
What's the registration number?
But in the last 2 years, profits have tumbled.
When she shows me computer printout what we took last year and the year before and the year before, it is worrying.
If I don't get this right, then there's not just 1 or 2 out of work, it's 6 and it's a whole family.
In a bid to combat the financial problems, Jan and Derek sold their home to provide some cash flow for the company.
They've got all their eggs in one basket. If this business goes down, it's going to affect them hard.
It's not just their future, but also that of their 3 children. Gareth, Nicola and younger son Adam all work at the garage, but none of them have any idea just how bad things are.
The main business side of it's normally my mum that deal with them, rather than me.
My job description is an MOT tester, so I do the MOTs. And if there's no MOTs, then I don't do a lot.
The more I go into family businesses, the more evident it appears that not all members of a family carry a same or equal load.
I come in, I do my work, I go home, I get my wage on a Friday.
It seems Mum Jan is trying to keep the problems with the place to herself.
I don't know what to do anymore. How do I make people redundant? How can I do that? I can't do it to any of them, let alone my own boys. There's an awful lot of pressure on me because if it doesn't go right, I'm going to be forced to make a decision that I just don't want to make. Sorry.
So this is Guidebridge, and I can see an A-board, Guidebridge MOT service, tyres, exhausts. That's the only advertising they're doing. I'm not surprised they're not getting much passing trade.
So, I've got just 10 weeks with the Lords to try and turn this struggling firm around.
Stand there, I'll get the other one off as well. Don't want you hurting your back.
Hello.
Alex.
Hello. Pleased to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Welcome to Guidebridge.
Well, pleased to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Are you ready for this?
I think so. I'm ready for a new challenge. Yeah. So, the first thing I want to know is who does what round here.
Right. Who's the boss?
Are you the boss?
On paper, yes.
Yeah.
But Jan runs the garage.
I tend to do a lot of the high-level stuff now, so...
Like what?
VAT returns, accounting figures, banking, insurance, getting quotes for things. So
marketing?
We're not good at marketing, but that's something that, yes, you know, that is something that we need to look at.
OK. Can I meet the others?
Certainly. This is Adam. He's what we call the gobby one. I mean, just look at him. How can you not love him?
I'm going to find it hard to resist, but I'll do my best, OK?
The baby of the family and clearly doted on is Adam. He's in charge of the MOT tests.
How many can you do in a day?
On a busy day, about 10-ish.
How often does that happen?
Not very often.
Have you ever worked anywhere else? You've always worked here?
I did my prom, and then 8 o'clock in the morning, I was here.
Do you think you get away with murder?
No.
No? You think they're tough on you?
Yeah.
Do you?
I'm the hard one. I'm the hard done to one.
Are you? Gosh, you bear it so bravely.
Adam's older and far less cheeky brother is Gareth. Jan persuaded him to join the business 5 years ago when times were better.
It's easy work. It's not like coming to work here.
That makes me very nervous.
And it's not like coming to work.
Yeah.
It's, you know, you come in and your day's pretty much balanced out all day. You know, you're just left to get on with it.
Because actually, you're on a wage, so it's not your problem too much if the work doesn't keep rolling in.
We still get paid at the end of the week.
Sister Nicola is the third sibling on the books. She runs reception and helps Jan schedule the work.
What do you think that the garage is really good at?
People do see us as a friendly, honest garage.
Why do you not get more repeat custom then? I've now met the main players, and it's amazing how quickly I can build up a picture of what's going wrong here. The engine of this business is obviously Jan, which is fine. I don't expect everyone to be up and running about town like lunatics, desperately trying to punt for new business. Someone actually has to stay here and do the work. But they do at least have to be involved and interested in how new work is going to be found. No one feels the time pressure very much. Maybe that's because they're not as busy as they should be.
And when I asked Jan to look at exactly how many hours the mechanics are working, we both get a shock.
You know, when you take how many hours we've got available to work
and how
many hours we actually charged out.
Darling, you're working a third of the hours available to work.
Yeah.
The garage and all the people and the mechanics in it are only working a third of the hours available, which is shocking.
Yeah.
Of course you're struggling. But even if we did,
60%, that's still only double to what we're doing now.
Dearie me. Basically, you just have to get more business through that door. Yeah.
So, one problem is clear. They badly need more customers, or there could be no business for Jan's kids to inherit. Small garages such as this rely heavily on loyal and local customers. But if customer service isn't up to scratch, people simply won't come back.
Right, you can all come in now, thank you.
I've arranged for a cavalcade of new clients to descend on the garage. It's going to test their service skills to the limit, not just under the bonnet, but over the counter too.
Right, does someone tell them where to go and what to do? You're supposed to be welcoming. Make sure people know what to do.
We need a bigger car park. Let's take your keys into reception for me, please.
Well, I just don't understand. There's a system. I'm not kind of entirely sure what it is. I'm just wondering, does everyone know how, more or less what time they'll be finished?
I've told this lady it's going to be about an hour.
And then you're next, are you?
June's will be first off.
June's will be first off, then this lady. Let's make sure that everyone's told.
That's been MOT'd now.
Somehow it's not quite the charming experience I want it to be. Who tells who what to do?
Well, I'll come over and say, which one do you want me to do? And then I'll just go through and see who needs the car back first.
OK, well, I just want to see high efficiency, extremely efficient. OK? It's Nicola's. I don't know, I hope she's not always like this, because it certainly would put me off coming somewhere. You know, it's Tuesday morning, I've brought my car in, I want someone to be nice to me. Is it that much to ask?
Unfortunately, it seems Nicola has overheard my early observations.
What's happened?
She's just a bit upset.
What?
Look stupid.
Listen, I'm not trying to make you look stupid, sweetie. I mean, that's just not in my interest.
I thought she coped extremely well with all these people coming in and out, but it makes you wonder, could we have done something differently, or how do we do it? And that's what you're looking for.
That's what I'm looking for.
So
it's not like I've ever run a garage. I want someone to tell me how it should happen.
You need to speak to Alex and tell her how it runs in there.
Darling, get yourself together and then we'll talk, OK?
One thing is obvious. Nicola's role on reception is key, and I need her firing on all cylinders if we're going to get through the morning.
When everyone came in, it's kind of frustrating because you expect it to be a hive of activity. Now, everyone was actually already working on a job.
Yeah, so I can't give them...
No. But I think it's quite important that that's communicated to the customer. It's not like we're just sitting here and actually ignoring your car. It's just that everyone's got a job on. The moment, you know, this is the order that you'll be looked after in, and as soon as one job's finished, then the next car will go on straight away.
We'll get it done. Work well under pressure.
It's been a bumpy ride, but with their receptionist recovered, the mechanics are soon back on track.
Another one done. Bring the next one. We do get this many jobs on from time to time. We get on with it, deal with it, just do it. You know, it's only busy for so long. So, just crack on. Ow.
So what did you think of the whole experience?
They didn't give me any idea of how long it would take. So I've been waiting around for 3 hours.
Yeah.
I guessed and thought it might take an hour and a half, but it's taken double that. But if I'm going to wait 3 hours, I'd prefer to be doing something or watching something or reading something in that meantime. And the waiting room's a little bit boring.
There's your invoice for your short service. We've changed your...
What do you think could be done to improve it?
Nicer waiting area, and perhaps when you got here to say exactly what they were doing and how long it would take.
That's a very good point.
It's been an eye-opening morning, and the extent of the problems here are far worse than I first feared. They'll never generate loyalty from their customers when the way they look after them is this poor. On top of that, the lack of work is leaving mechanics standing around idle, driving overheads through the roof. Jan is trying, but I think the rest of the family need a boot up the business backside. It's time to lay down the law with the lords.
I gave you a challenge today. I think that what was missing and what really struck me was that amongst yourselves, you're a really charming, engaging family. But that doesn't really translate very well to the customer. You've got people in your yard, you go up and say, hi, you know, can I help? You know, do you know where to go? This is the way, you know, have you had an all right morning? You start engaging with them straight away, and I felt like that was missing. And you, I thought, were going to be the exponent of customer service. You've got 4 or 5 people in that waiting room, and you didn't say hello to any of them. It was like they didn't exist. You got one chance to make a good impression, and you blow it and they're gone. You can layer it, you can nuance it, but that first impression is what counts. Second thing is, waiting room. You need to make it so it's somewhere where you could while away an hour without wanting to slit your wrists in boredom. And I know you're doing, and you believe you're doing, a good job, but actually you do not come over as special in any way from any other garage that I've been to. I know that's a hurtful thing to say because you've worked very hard, but this is in your hands to fix. You do have some incredible selling points. And I think something that should be your unique selling point is your status as a family. But we need to work on your customer skills, and I'm going to find a way to do that.
We think, as a group, that we portray a good customer service, but somebody coming in from the outside telling us that perhaps we're not that special, yeah, it hurts, but it can only be good for us.
Having hit the family with some home truths, the first issue I want to address is their lacklustre customer service. Just 6 miles down the road is Manchester City Football Club. Their clientele includes some of the world's wealthiest, so when it comes to customer care, it's got to be pitch perfect every time. Although this seems like a slightly sideways step for them, I mean, this is a football club and they run a garage, what I'm really hoping they understand is that the basics of customer service are the same in whatever business you're in. And today, head of Man City's hospitality team, Ali Benson-Smith, is ready to prove precisely that with a customer service masterclass.
So what we're actually going to start by doing is we're going to practice with, Alex is going to be a guest and I'm also going to be a guest, and you're going to welcome us into the Mancunian restaurant, which is just behind us here.
Well, I've never been here before.
Oh, have you not? Well, you are in for a treat, let me tell you that. Can I just let you know that the washrooms are at either end of the suite?
Thank you. First up, it's the boys' turn to show what they can do.
Can I just seat you here?
Certainly, thank you very much.
Thank you. One of our waiters will be along with you shortly to take your order for your drinks and your food.
The bar, this side, washrooms through there.
How do I know where my seat is in the stadium?
I never know.
It's very interesting how the men have all focused on the bar. That's obviously... the bar is there, madam, as if you couldn't...
So, it's a B- for the boys, but can Nicola and Jan, who deal the most with customers, up their game?
The waiter will be over shortly to take your order for any drinks.
You'll be able to go and see the match from outside, and a wine waiter will be with you very, very shortly.
Thank you very much indeed.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Some nice bits from everybody. Enjoy your day, which is very nice from you, Jan. Thank you for that. And again, I think the nurturing qualities in the ladies are coming to the fore, and I think...
Well, they did pretty well, I think. Certainly better than expected. But I am quite nervous as to how they will deal with this place when it's heaving, full of people. I think they're going to struggle a bit. It's time to put what they've practiced to the test as they join the staff on match day.
It's a big risk for me, taking 5 people brand new into my team. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to see you all this morning. People pay a lot of money to come here and have this experience, so we've got to make sure it happens for them. I hope you all have an absolutely fabulous day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good one.
Hey, it feels odd wearing a tie because I don't normally wear one.
The massive difference to the garage, obviously, that's a little bit daunting.
Hello, welcome to the Mancunian suite. If you'd like to come this way.
You know, it's got us talking to people more, which is, I'm sure, what it's all about.
Hello. What name are you booked under?
You know, the way we talk to people and just making it that little bit better for them. Box 3, yes, no problem. This way, follow me, please. I was quite nervous first thing, but I've settled into it now, it's all right. Hello, is everything all right for you? Yes. Brilliant, thank you.
I can see why for Alex to bring us to somewhere that's corporate, because it does show you how businesses should be run and how the attention to detail should be there.
I was facing the morning with a degree of trepidation. I'm not saying that to be rude. I was thinking, how on earth are they going to bring themselves out of themselves and, you know, be able to portray the customer service that we want to give to our guests? So I was absolutely thrilled that they did as well as they did.
There you go. Cheers, matey.
Score? 4-1. 4-1. I've had a good day out at a place that I love and learnt something from it. You know, what can be better than that?
Today's been brilliant. I think it's gone really, really well, and I think all of us have been able to take something away from it that we can go back and put into the garage.
The visit to Man City has been a real eye-opener for the family, and it's great that Jan can now see what good customer service is all about. But before she can put what they've learnt into practice, I need the whole family to start taking their financial woes more seriously.
I've actually got nothing to do now.
Who on?
Me.
Never.
I think the younger generation in this business are used to allowing all the responsibility to rest on Jan and Derek's shoulders, and that is something that I've swiftly got to change. Jan and Derek are not enough to drive this business forward, and each of the kids are perfectly capable of taking on more responsibility than they are at the moment. More than anything else, everyone has to be aware about how parlous their finances are, and the fact that everyone's weight has to be brought to bear on solving the problems.
But if the siblings are to take on more of the burden, Jan will need to come clean about just how bad their cash flow problem is.
You're covering up a kind of great big hole in the foundations, which is that you only pay yourself £500 a month.
I know, it's terrible.
It's pathetic.
I know.
I mean, I understand that you do it for cash flow reasons. I mean, you don't actually have to take the money out, but I think on the books you should be paying yourself properly. I really always believe that, because until you do, you cannot see whether a business is truly succeeding or failing. Because what you're doing is masking a problem. How long do you think you can go on?
It doesn't bear thinking about. I'd probably stumble across now for the next few months, but I don't want that decline to start happening and for us not to do anything about it. We need to redress it, all of us, to sat down together, and that's something that I haven't done. I haven't sat them all in a room and said, this is what we're taking, this is what we're doing, this is how much we've got in the bank, and this is what we need to do. I haven't done that.
Everyone needs to do a bit more than they've been doing.
Yeah.
And let's start that today.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Come on then.
This last few months have been quite hard, haven't they? One thing that has come out of all of it is I'm thinking that we don't talk to each other as a business as often as what we should do. The figures that Alex has done with me, we're actually working at between 30 and 40% capacity. So that's why we've got money problems, because yesterday or today we've only had 6 hours work. I've got 3 mechanics. It doesn't take a mathematician to work out that we've only got 6 hours work and what could be a potential of 21 hours. This is the first month that I've not been able to pay the rent on this place in all the time that we've been trading. We've got to get more people through the door, because otherwise in 3 months' time, we're not going to be here. You're all very quiet.
I was going to say, it's late paying it.
We've got to pay it, but it's the first time that we've been late.
We're not paying it.
Yeah. All right, I said the wrong thing.
No, I'm not saying you said the wrong thing, but we're late paying it. We haven't not paid it, and we're not going to pay it.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's.
Come over a bit that way then.
Well, I'm sorry then. I got it wrong. What can I say? What can I say? I just think it was really hard for me to stand there and say all that. But I've said the wrong thing, so. If we don't do anything, 3 months down the line, we could be in trouble.
You keeping it to yourself all the time isn't helping, is it? We should share the responsibility.
You've kept everything so close to you for so long. You know, you told me something 5 minutes ago that you've never told me. That it's something that I believe I should have known. Like you say, if you want to pass this down to me, Adam and Nikki, we need to know this. You know, we've been sat there blissfully unaware. I knew the cash turnover wasn't brilliant, but I had no idea how bad it were. You know, my mum she keeps everything on her own shoulders, so only she worries about it. It doesn't bother us lot with it, which is a bit wrong, really. You know, she should keep us in the loop on it, see what's going on.
This is a watershed moment. Everyone now understands the perilous state Guidebridge is in. The air has been cleared, and hopefully now the family can all pull together to get this business back on its feet. Obviously, key to rescuing any business is increasing the amount of money that it makes. To address this, I need the family to look at every opportunity possible.
Dan's been talking to me a lot about the 2 revenue streams that they have here, which are the fleet and the retail side to sales. The fleet is the customers that have lots of cars in their pool, all of which come to be serviced and looked after here. Retail is the customer that has a single car. Now, currently, they have about 35% of their business that is fleet services and 65% which is retail. There's room for growth in both those divisions.
I want the garage to stand out from their competition. One USP is that it's run by women, which I think makes it attractive to female drivers. The family tried a car maintenance scheme for women last year, but let it slip. I think this is an idea worth revisiting.
You came up with the Woman in the Wheel course, which is really fantastic. You've slightly let it slide, which is a big shame. This should be the most female-friendly garage in the whole of Greater Manchester. And I think the Woman in the Wheel course is a good way into this. So, I'm amazed that none of you have ever done it. I obviously haven't done it. None of you have ever changed a tyre.
No.
Have you? No, which is why I'm going to do this course with you. But I don't run a garage. That's the difference, right?
With 14 million women drivers in the UK, there should be a large number of local lady customers. Time to road test the course and my leathers.
First things first, oil. You want to pull out your dipsticks and wipe them with the rag provided.
Right.
Stick it back in.
Wiggle it about a bit.
Give it a bit of a wiggle.
See if it complains.
Take it back out. The maximum is there.
So you're at the max?
So I'm at the max. What's yours on?
I don't know, because I don't know where I'm looking.
You should be here.
Yeah.
And you're here. Your car needs oil.
Does it?
And if you were to put oil in, where would you put it in?
No.
You would not put it in there, Mother.
No.
Put it in here.
All right.
Next on
Research shows it's harder for garages to gain women's trust, but once won, they prove to be more loyal customers than men.
Last one.
Yes.
Is brake fluid.
This is the one I'm not sure about.
There's yours. Under the flap.
I like to be awkward.
OK, so that pretty much rounds up the underbonnet.
Thank you, sir. Right, what next?
First of all, we're going to change a wheel.
I think this is just a brilliant idea, and I'm sure there's lots of groups that would be really interested in doing this. I mean, I think this is a great thing to do for a hen day out, or, you know, I definitely want my daughter to do one of these courses before I send her off in her car. They've had a really good idea, they're not milking it. That's what I've got to encourage. Did anyone find that useful?
I did. I didn't even know how to open the bonnet. And once I was shown how to open the bonnet, and then I know how to put oil in it.
It's quite a useful thing to know what to do.
And seeing the Guidebridge ladies in action, I've realised just how unique this opportunity is.
OK, first of all, I think the Woman in the Wheel idea has great legs, and you're just not exploiting it. So, I'd like you three ladies to teach the Woman in the Wheel course. I think it'd be much more effective to be taught by a woman. And I want you to start selling the idea again. I really want this place, I keep on banging on about it, but I want this to be the place that women feel incredibly comfortable to come. I think this is a real gap in the market that you guys are perfectly situated to fill.
The first women at the wheel that the ladies do will be hilarious.
Well, it should be interesting to watch, because apparently we've got to be on hand just in case all goes tits up.
Goes wrong. Just in case it goes wrong, you mean?
Tits up.
Yeah.
Next, I want to turn our attention to the garage's corporate custom, known in the trade as fleet work. It pays less than retail trade, but it's steady and guaranteed.
Philip, I believe. Hello, very nice to meet
The
you.
garage faces regular inspection by the company supplying this side of the business, and network manager Phil Todd happens to be making one of his visits at the same time as me.
We've been feeding them with our fleet work now for about 18 months.
Yeah.
And during that 18 months, each of the jobs that we have commissioned them to do has been monitored and measured for quality.
Yeah.
And it's the consistency in that quality that we look for in customer service levels, technical capabilities, the technical equipment that they carry. We can help raise them to what we call our classic approved status, which essentially will bring them possibly quadruple as much business as they've been doing with us in the last 18 months in the next year.
Is there any area in which you think that I could help chivvy them along or encourage them to accomplish something or achieve a certain standard?
What we look for, essentially, and please excuse the French in this terminology, but I tend to like to use acronyms, but I look for the shit in people. Sincerity, honesty, integrity and trust. That's how I can remember it, essentially, using the acronym. And that's really the first impressions that I look for when I'm inspecting a garage. It's a people business.
So I suppose what you're really saying is you need me to help them get their shit together.
Yes. In a way, exactly.
An increase in fleet work could potentially save this business, and Phil has even laid out exactly what the family need to do in order to up their status. The upgrade is really important here. Of course, we've been tackling the customer service, but I think we need to up their game on every level. And part of that is the first impression the customer receives when they arrive at the garage. I need to help them with this, but it's very important that they tackle it. OK, first things first. I touched on the report from Phil, but I want us to go into it in a bit more detail. A lot of what it contains has directly to do with Adam and Gareth and the way that the garage works. And I would like you to make sure that you read it, both of you, because I would like to try really hard and make sure the accreditation to the next level for fleet services happens while I'm with you. This is bloody important for your futures. So these are Phil's words, not mine. Yeah? Succeeding in business is not rocket science. It's about focusing on providing the customer with the best service money can buy. The important thing is the general untidiness of the workshop isn't professional enough. It could be addressed without major expenditure, which would enhance professionalism and create a better working environment. Branded workwear and uniforms should always be worn. So you've got them, but you don't always all wear them. There's no uniformity. At the end of the day, this is something that I endorse, but I want everyone to be involved. I honestly think that the more information you give the boys too, the more that they understand what's on the line, the more they know what you have to do to succeed, the more involved everyone feels in it. Otherwise, it is just a job.
I have been guilty of that, and I know I've been guilty of that. I have shielded them from an awful lot. What worries me is if they're not capable then of carrying that on, what's been the point?
So I have just about another month left with you. And in that time, if I can make sure that I can get Phil back to kick you up that extra gear, to bring you in that extra business, I will bust a gut to do it. But I expect that to be responded to by you guys by spending every spare minute doing something to improve the place. If your hands aren't busy with one job, they should be busy with another. If the Lords are to receive a fleet status upgrade and establish themselves as Manchester's most female-friendly garage, then their filthy workplace is going to need some serious finessing. And it's here I want to see Gareth and Adam take the lead.
I don't mind tidying up. It's just that no one ever keeps it tidy, so I don't see the point. To tidy up and you spend 3 hours tidying up and then about 5 minutes later it's a mess. It'd just be a lot easier if everyone tidied up as they went along.
Adam.
What is it?
Shawls, innit?
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Do you want it?
Yeah.
Where do you want it put in?
I thought in that drawer was a pretty good place, it was out of the way.
It's all good because it means more work. More work means more money. More money means more money in my pocket.
So Gareth's taking the clean-up seriously, but Adam clearly isn't.
I'm going home. I started this morning at 8:15, and I didn't technically have a dinner. Technically. I did, but I technically didn't.
I'd been to a customer's house at 8 o'clock this morning. I got here at 25 to.
Right, do you want a badge?
Yes.
But for Gareth, his brother's lax attitude is no laughing matter.
The thing that annoys me the most is when I'm busy and he's not, and he doesn't offer to help. You know, he'll make his whatever work he's got last him all day and watch us being busy, but no, he won't offer to give us a lift. He'll just make his work last him. He's mastered that. It's down to a fine art.
He comes in here about 8:30, 20 to 9, and he just walks in when everything's done. It does Gareth head in that.
Can I go home?
It's in Adam's interest to try and save this business, and I can't believe he's still not bucking up his ideas.
No, doesn't work.
I think Jan's little boy is due a serious wake-up call.
Hello?
Hi, Naughty, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
You're a bit nervous about what I'm going to tell you?
A little bit.
OK, I am going to send you off to the Lowry Hotel in Salford. As you know, that's one of my family's hotels, Adam.
Okay.
And I'm going to put you in the conference and banqueting division.
Okay.
There's a real tartar at the head of it who is an absolute perfectionist,
Okay.
who will look very ill on you if you time waste or delay, and who will teach you, I hope, some valuable lessons. And it's not just a day, it's going to be a whole week of it, because I'm sure even you can be good for a day. I think the real test will be whether you can keep it up for 7 days.
7?
You won't let me down, Adam, will you?
Would I let you down?
Yes, you might. But I'd rather that you didn't.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, doll.
Oh, no.
I think it's brilliant. I think it'll do you the world of good, Adam.
Yeah, but the guy's a perfectionist.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's going to get me, he's just going to go sick at me, probably.
Yes. If your dad goes sick at you, you just ignore him, carry on and do whatever you're doing, and then turn around and think, oh, yeah, perhaps I've just been shouted at. But this is somebody going sick at you from an outside perspective. It's going out there, being good for a week, and then carrying that what you've learnt in that environment to bring it back here to make this place better. That's the whole idea of it.
Okay. No.
Adam will spend the next 7 days and nights working here, the first 5-star hotel in Manchester. I want to open his eyes to life in the real world, working for a boss who's not his mother and who won't stand for any shenanigans.
I've asked the hotel to basically whip him into shape. It's my version of boot camp.
I'm Adam, yeah.
I'm Helen, welcome.
I'm very nervous about putting Adam, who is charming but really quite lazy and manages to weasel out of everything, into my family's hotel. I can only hope.
Adam, I'm just going to introduce you to Robert.
Okay.
He's going to be working with you this afternoon to put you through your paces.
You're my boss.
He's going to be your boss for the evening.
Good afternoon, Adam.
Hello.
Welcome to the Lowry Hotel. It's quite a military operation. It's synchronised service, and if it's done right, it looks fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah, and if it's not right,
It looks a mess.
It looks a mess. Yeah.
So no pressure.
Think of that table as a clock.
Okay.
Okay? So that is obviously your 12 o'clock position.
Oh, clock?
Yeah.
Right, clock to get you, go on.
I'm not trying to turn Adam into a waiter.
You will have 2 plates. 1 plate goes down from the right-hand side. Okay?
Yep.
I just want Robert to focus on drumming a work ethic into him.
So I'm here.
Yep.
I'm doom. Bang. Doom.
No, you always put them down from the right. Plate goes down from the right. You move plate into your right-hand side and down. Okay?
Yes.
Do not leave the kitchen or do not leave this area until I say go.
Okay.
Okay?
It's down in the right, doom, left. That's all in here.
Silver service, you're working to your left. Okay? So you're serving your bread here. Do this table. I would really like it done, Adam, in 10 minutes. So, yeah, you need to move yourself.
There's quite a few glasses, isn't there?
2 minutes, Adam.
Already? That's the fastest 2 minutes in the world, that then. Jesus Christ.
I'm in no doubt this will be the toughest week's work young Adam has ever faced.
Adam, you've been here 18 minutes now. I said it was 10.
Okay, I'm trying,
We've got another 25 tables to do.
Hopefully it should go all right. I won't get myself fired on my first day. So, end up with some guy with soup all over his lap, so. Just needs an MOT tester's touch, doesn't it? The perfection in there.
He's a bit cocky, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? I think, you know, I need to sort him out later on. Whenever we actually start doing the service, then he'll start to sweat. Bit of a mark in that glass, Adam. Yeah, disappointed?
If I was working in a garage, I'd be at home by now, polishing my own glass.
While Adam ponders the polishing, I'm hitting a local shopping centre with the ladies. I want us to promote the Women at the Wheel course we'll be relaunching in 2 weeks' time.
Going to get women in the garage, and women are going to show women how to change tyres.
Do you think that's something you might be interested in, or you and your friends and your family, maybe?
They always should have leaflets in their bag. Everywhere they go, every single day, they should be handing out those leaflets and telling people about what they do.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to promote, a female-friendly garage to make females feel comfortable.
I think my outlook has changed since Alex has been here. I was probably a bit like Gareth and Adam in the way that if we were OK at the minute, why do anything? The penny's dropped now, I think. I can see why, rather than just thinking of us as like a little garage. I know that if we work, then you will be better. You can't drag people off the street, but you can do your damnedest to get them in. You give us a ring and we'll book you in. All right, thank you.
Back at the hotel, a sea of well-heeled guests are arriving for Adam's first full night in service.
I'm my parents now.
Let's go!
They've paid for the very best and will be expecting even the simplest things to be perfectly presented.
Would you like a red roll, sir?
Yes, please. White, please.
I've not got a...
Use your fingers, I'm not good.
There you go.
Thank you.
Right one, pardon?
OK, let's go. Let's make it good.
Adam's clearly having to work hard, and a week of this should send him back to the garage a better man.
One veg, please. Okay, one steamed fish, one veg.
I am knackered, to be honest. I'm not used to finishing at 10:30. So after the week, I think it's a few skills that aren't going to go amiss.
Go.
And just, you know, general following instructions and all that stuff. I think it'll be worthwhile.
With their youngest in boot camp and the push for new punters well underway, the Lords can now turn their attention to revamping this place.
I've had 3 Weetabix this morning. We've got a lot of work to do yet. We're not home and dry yet, but it's looking good. I'm really quite pleased with it, getting quite excited about it.
A week later, and Adam's time at my uncle's hotel is up. I'm here to see if 7 days of hard work and discipline have left their mark on him.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Mr. Cousins, how are you? How's he done?
He hasn't done too bad. I mean, his timekeeping was spot on. The only my pet gripe would be hands in his pockets. You know, I did catch him one time leaning against the wall, so that wasn't the best. And another time we caught him eating an apple in the cloakroom, which is a no-no.
Yeah.
But other than that, you know, I think he's done extremely well.
Good. Hopefully you've learned a few skills here that are now going to be translatable to Guidebridge MOT.
Yes, it's been an eye-opener.
Has it?
Yeah. How the real world works. Because I was in a nice little bubble.
Yeah.
At my place.
Well, you've got a good report card.
A plus.
No.
Well, maybe a B plus. B plus.
I would suggest.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Exactly, darling. Well done.
So, we now have, hopefully, a new and improved Adam, but do we also have a new and improved garage to go with him?
To say it's only like a few bits of wood, a floor and paintwork that we've done, it's just transformed it. Totally different to what it was before.
I just hope she likes it. Can't wait to see her face.
Yeah.
gosh, this is a step up in the world, isn't it?
It's very pretty, isn't it?
My goodness, darling, it's so light.
What do you think?
I really, 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 really like it. I love it. It looks very professional.
This is great. A very clear price list, which is reassuring for the customer, a clean and comfortable waiting area, a family tree proudly marking out this company as a family business. There's even a coffee machine, very appealing.
Hello, darling. Mwah. This looks fantastic.
It's very good.
Are you pleased?
Very pleased.
Yeah?
Very pleased, yeah. It's looking really well.
So smart, and the office looks great, but the office and this together, I think, just raises up the whole game of Guybridge MOT. I really do. I'm really happy with it. You know, let's hope, fingers crossed, that you get this fleet service upgrade. But even if you do, you'll be periodically checked to whether you can keep it or not. So it's quite important that we, you know, that we do actually, you know, keep on the right course.
We'll keep it up.
Yeah?
I've managed this morning.
I know.
I've done bits of work this morning.
Immaculate, darling. You could eat your dinner off this floor. This, I think, just makes a huge difference to the first impression you give to people.
It looks good. It looks a lot more professional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All I've got to try and make sure is that you get some more customers now, because you are ready for them, aren't you?
Ready and waiting now.
Let's pray that you've done enough to get your fleet service upgrade.
Bring it on.
Thankfully, the facelift has been finished in the nick of time, as Phil Todd from the Fleet Support Group is back to see if the garage has managed to make the grade.
This was one of the main problems to start with. There was dirty oil filters and dead batteries lying about all over the place, and it was frightening. But major improvement there. The actual pass will mean probably a rise between 2 to 3 times of business that they have now. So it's quite substantial.
It is still a bit of a mess, Phil.
It's still a bit of a mess.
But we're getting there.
Yes. There's a lot of crap in there that needs to be thrown out quickly. It is an area that can help improve your business by managing your stock properly. At the moment, it's a disaster area.
It's better.
It's better than it was.
But it's just a slight disaster area.
It doesn't tick all the boxes.
No.
Not yet.
No.
They have to perform, though. There's too much at stake, there's too much to lose.
But the family will have to wait before they find out whether Phil's impressed enough to upgrade their status. It's my last day with the Lords. The family have taken over a local racetrack and are laying on a promotional extravaganza for customers old and new.
Coming up in the car, I was a little bit feeling sick, with nerves. I think it's because I need to know everything that's going on, and at the minute there's all stuff going on that I'm not too sure about, so I'm totally out of my comfort zone.
It's a huge day for the family, who are preparing 2 marquees to showcase the business. The first will house Jan, Lindsay and the women at the wheel course.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
And at the pit stop, Gareth and Adam will be dishing out free winter health checks for all comers.
I am hoping that people will turn up, yeah. I mean, the weather has been atrocious, so I'm just hoping that people will make that little bit of an effort and will turn up.
Thankfully, I can guarantee the Lords at least one top-of-the-range customer.
It's Alex and a Ferrari!
Nice way to arrive, isn't it? Do you all know what you're going to be doing?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're confident?
Yes.
Yep.
You excited?
Yes.
Yeah!
The driving ambition for the day is to boost the garage's customer base and proudly show off its all-new female-friendly Focus. And later on, I'll be getting the news on whether the family have received the all-important upgrade from the Fleet Support Group inspection. If they have, it will mean a huge injection of revenue every month.
We've worked really hard over the last couple of months, and, you know, for me now, we need to... It's the end of the process, so it's... I think we'll get a lot out of it.
But first, I need the family to put everything they've got into making the track day a huge success. The fleet work may be crucial, but it's their bread and butter customers that will keep this company ticking over.
We're now ready to do the Women at the Wheel course, so I'll come round and give everybody a clipboard and explain what we're going to do before we start.
In the Women at the Wheel tent, Lindsay and Jan are already playing to a packed house, including Ali Benson-Smith, taking a day off from hospitality at Man City to attend.
It's longer than I thought it was going to be, I've got to say that. They're really engaging with all the ladies here to make sure that we're understanding every step of the way. They're not marching on and saying, do this, do that. They're making sure that everybody else is up to speed with them, which is really nice.
Lindsay and Jan are being really charming, and it's very easy to warm to them. I see even the women who are rather nervous about embarking on this course very quickly relaxing.
Well done!
Straight up!
It's good because you never know when you're going to be stranded and have no choice but to do it yourself, so...
Changing the wheel, I got a lot of confidence out of that, because although I'd done it before, I'm even more confident now that I know what I'm doing.
It's something that I'll definitely consider doing, yeah.
Meanwhile, across the track, Adam and Gareth are putting their scrubbed-up customer service skills into practice.
Just got the start of the auxiliary belt, just starting to fray on the edge here.
Today's a great experience for people to come here, get the cars checked over. It's fantastic.
There we go. Right, you've done the Women at the Wheel course. Yeah. So where do I put screen wash?
In there.
Well done.
So we take that off.
You were paying attention.
I was.
So I shall leave you one of those and a copy of our sale leaflet.
Brilliant.
And come and see us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Beautiful, thank you.
With 25% off, that's even better. Might go and get my next MOT there.
At the end of the day, more work coming through the door is what Alex set out in the start to do. He should achieve the better customer service from us all. So I can't see now why we can't become a much more successful business, to be honest.
The heavens may have opened, but the weather hasn't dampened their spirits. The event is going down a storm. The track is buzzing and the whole team are embracing every opportunity for promotion, from flyers to interviews with the press.
I'd like to give you that.
Yes.
It's running throughout all December. It's 25% off all services, off all makes and all models.
Jan even finds time between courses to hitch a ride on a hot lap.
That was awesome! Awesome! It was brilliant!
It's been an amazing day with lots of potential new customers signed up. But I've gathered the family together as the decision on the fleetwork upgrade has arrived. There's so much riding on it, I just hope that it's the news the family have been waiting for.
Okay.
The garage has been upgraded to classic fleetwork status. It will mean a huge increase in their corporate work.
All those weekends painting, everything. Well done, all of you.
Absolutely over the moon. We've worked so hard for it, and to get it today is just the icing on the cake. I can see Jan's so happy about it, and out that keeps her happy, keeps her off my back, so everything's all right.
Well done.
Thank you. Oh, absolutely brilliant.
Well, it's good that your hard work's been recognised, darling. I think that's what's really encouraging.
Yeah.
It does show it's worthwhile going that extra mile, doesn't it? What a fantastic day. There's been so much support. There's been a fantastic turnout. Just look at all these cars. It's a sight to gladden even a non-car enthusiast like me. Hopefully they'll have got some new business. They've got plenty to celebrate too, not only the makeover of the garage, which is fantastic, but also the amazing news that they've gone up a gear with their fleet service contract award. So, I feel like my job here is done.
You are super.
On my first visit to you, I said that I thought that although you're a very nice family, you didn't have anything really special about your garage, and I'd like to take that back now. I think that you do, and you are really special, and you deserve every bit of the success I'm sure is coming your way. You know, I'm incredibly proud of all of you. You've done a great job, you've worked really hard, and you deserve all of your success.
You brought us up on a ladder, stuck us up 2 or 3 rungs, and now it's up to us to get the rest of the rungs up the ladder. And I feel that we can achieve that.
Good.
Thank you.
Pleasure, darling. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you.
It's given the kids the standing now of what they need. This is their inheritance. And now we've given them the opportunity to really make something for themselves.
Six weeks on,
Garage MOT and service.
And the garage seems to have shifted into top gear.
The business has changed in a lot of ways. We approach and treat customers a lot differently than what we used to do. £105.95 plus your MOT, which is £145.95.
The menu servicing is brilliant.
I do like that very much.
We had a lady come in between Christmas and New Year, and her comments were it was nice and clean and fresh and bright and welcoming. And she said, I know that by looking at this, that you'll look after my car. And for me, that sort of like was the icing on the cake.
Feedback is good on all the improvements.
The general garage is running a lot smoother. There's a lot more communication going on.
Right, I'll bring it back up, Bobby.
They've got a pride about themselves now. Even out down to a customer comes in the car park, one of them will go out. We all feel a lot more confident now than ever before.
My mum, she does tell us a lot more of what's going on. You know, we know week by week what's happening, what we've done in the week.
To me now, this is the end now. We've hit that, the foundations are in, and we're ready to go.
And their finances are back on track.
There's been no real worries since Alex has been. There's been no scares. Everything's getting paid.
We actually finished this year higher than we did last year, which is quite an achievement because we've been able to pull back the loss. For me, that's an achievement, and we're really pleased with that.
I've been called to the rescue of Props and Frocks, a family-run fancy dress shop in Essex.
My only experience in fancy dress shops is Angels in London, which is very smart, very well thought out, very well put together, very well themed. Clothes are put together thematically very succinctly. I'm not quite expecting that. I would expect something along those lines.
We've got 3 monkeys in stock and 2 gorillas.
Props and Frocks has become Adele Wiseman's life.
Are you looking for Bo Peep, are you? I remember the first week we actually had 4 costumes out on a Saturday night and I was over the moon. I couldn't believe it. And now, 13 years later, we've got over 6,500 hire costumes.
Because they don't look like probably find you something stuck in there.
There are now 3 generations of Wisemans working for the business.
So the family that works at Props and Frocks, my mum.
Good evening, Joy speaking. How can I help? I'm the noisy one. You? Oh, you filthy. I do like putting my view across.
Then I've got my daughter Reese.
Did you want to teach me to try with it?
And my son Ellis.
He picked up, good morning, how can I help?
It may be a family concern, but for Adele, it's become all-consuming.
This business means the world to me. I really love it. In many respects, it comes first, and so I stress about trying to make sure it all goes properly.
She loves it. She loves it. It's her baby. She lives and dies it.
But it's a business that's in trouble.
Have you not got the invoices yet?
No.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. The accounting side of the business is not my strong point. Last year, I did overorder. I was completely unaware of the overheads that we were encountering every day.
It's a huge worry because you've got people depend on you to pay their mortgages.
I would hate to see it close after 14 years of hard work.
Yeah.
In truth, Adele came within 4 months of having to close for good. Forced to borrow £40,000, she now works 7 days a week to keep the shop afloat.
Sometimes the hours that I work, I do think, oh my Lord, is it worth it?
My mum works every hour under the sun for not much gain out of it. Like, I get paid more than my mum.
My mum works very hard. She finds it very difficult to take a back seat.
I can't always do it instantly though.
Why not?
Alice.
It takes 30 seconds.
If I'm in the middle of doing something else, I
Like
can't
what?
just stop
But it's
doing what I'm
30
doing.
seconds.
I do worry about Adele's health. She's on tablets and she shouldn't work so hard.
Adele's work-life balance is terrible. She clearly can't let go. It's crucial I change this in the 2 months I have here. I just hope fixing the business isn't going to be as hard as finding it.
We're driving in what I would call, it's countryside. It's not exactly what I would expect when going to a fancy dress shop. Not at all. Props and frocks, quality fancy dress hire. Well, the state of the sign belies the word somewhat, doesn't it? It's very tired and wobbly, not even straight. So all in all, I have to say this is not a great first impression.
And sadly, the sign is a sign of things to come.
It's very underwhelming. The effect when you arrive is not one to make you spring out of your car in excitement. And looking through the windows, what you see is the very basic props for fancy dress. There doesn't seem to be any real shop front, and you'd really have to seek this place out to find it.
Hello. Hello.
Adele. I'm Alex.
Hi, Alex. How are you?
Really nice to meet you, thank you.
Nice to meet you too.
Now I'm here, I'm dying to have a look around.
Brilliant.
Recently, fancy dress shops have started to face stiff competition from supermarket chains, who cash in on selling cheap costumes at Halloween and Christmas, key seasons in this market.
Hire costumes are all down here.
Yup. Gosh.
So, independent businesses like this one need to be at the top of their game.
Tudor medieval type room. It's also got religion in here, Western, superheroes here, pirates.
This is the Halloween room.
This is a part of it. Right.
Fangs.
Everything.
Yeah.
You name it.
Fake blood.
We have it. This is what we call our decades room, and we go round 20s, round to the 50s, and all the way round 60s and 70s and 80s.
There's an awful lot of stock. There's no getting around it. Just in this section here, I have Frenchy the maid, French maid, and French maid set. We've got nun, 3 different nun costumes, and the possibility to be a pregnant nun. If you came here without any idea about what you wanted to be, I think you would leave none the wiser. There's just too much choice.
And the problem isn't confined to the shop.
My goodness, so this is wigs?
This is just all
specs?
There are warehouses. 5 warehouses.
OK.
All in all, there are 13,500 items of stock. Even Argos only has 20,000 stock lines, and they turn over £4 billion a year. No wonder Adele has money problems. This lot must have cost a bomb. With this much stock to shift, the Wiseman family really need to be natural-born sellers.
I've got that.
Yeah, I like it. We're not salespeople. We'd rather people ask us for things.
I'm slightly shocked about that because obviously,
The thing
a
is,
large part of this business is sale.
It is, but we feel with the customers, we like to try and make them really welcome and, really give them a good service. I would hate anyone to think, oh, don't go in there, they're too pushy.
Adele may think she's welcoming, but the signs tell a different story.
My goodness, do you think you make the point often enough?
I know. We are aware of this, I know.
This is really off-putting.
I know.
Because, how do you know that you want to buy it and then until you try it on?
fancy dress is supposed to be all about fun. But the only joy in this place is Adele's mother.
I'm Alex.
Who seems to be spearheading the campaign to put customers off.
I get cross when people don't respect it. Do you know what I mean? You know, people come in and disrespect the place, and I don't like that.
I know, darling, but unfortunately that is what the customers are like. They want to come in and touch it and feel it and crunkle it and shove it on their heads and try it on their faces, and that's what a shop's about.
It is hard. It is hard when money's hard to come by.
Yeah.
And you work all the hours that God gives you. We do.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you see someone destroying it, but then listening to what you say, I kick them under the table.
But Joy's not alone.
Hi there.
Adele's
Alex.
son,
Ellis, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
who's in charge of controlling stock, is also allergic to the public.
I can't stand talking to customers. I have a thing about talking to customers. So I love being in my own office in a corner. My perfect day is just sitting here. I'd love to be able to lock the door so nobody else could come in and disturb me.
Not everyone needs to be front of house, but the anti-customer feeling has to go, and ditto the off-putting signs. And we have to reduce the stock mountain that's suffocating this shop floor.
I wonder if they say every 4 weeks, well, we haven't sold any of these. Let's get rid of them. Do they actually analyse what sells and what doesn't?
I'm going to put that to the test.
I'd like to see how well you know your shop, what sells, what doesn't, what your customers like. So I'm challenging you.
Oh.
There's a couple of rails over there and a few tables, and I would like each of you to pick out what you think your 10 best sellers were in August.
Oh.
Ellis has an advantage here.
Yeah, he has.
Well, he might do, but does he ever look at it?
Off you go. OK,
right.
I'm going this way.
I'm going this way.
As well as needing to keep some perennial favourites, demand for fancy dress is driven by the latest trends and movies. Costume stock needs to be constantly updated to move with the times. Keeping on top of what people want is crucial to the success of this firm.
Oh, there's so much to choose from. This is the trouble.
You're looking a bit nervous.
No, not at all. I'm lost. Confident?
Yep. Yep.
No. So you do not, at the end of every month, see what has sold incredibly well and what has not sold one sausage.
No, that's why we've got so much stock.
Bingo.
Pirates are always popular.
I'm ruined. I don't even know where I work, who I am anymore.
I can't see any correlation in what anyone's choosing.
I'm going to be right on one of them.
They do seem quite definite about their choices. All right, so let's see what each of you has picked as their number one. What have you got as your number one, darling?
My number one is these.
Yeah, all right, what's your number one?
It's a cigarette holder.
Right, yours? Yeah.
Do you like garlands?
And number one. And your number twos?
Oh, mine's a wig.
Well, interestingly enough, you're all way, way out. Honestly, shocking. Because the top three were the satin style bowler hat. OK.
Oh, that's because we had all them.
The silver ball head boppers.
Yeah, we had a run on
And
them.
the cigarette holder. So at least you got one of them.
I'm astounded. Not only do all their choices differ, but Reese and Joy didn't get a single bestseller right. Adele scored a paltry 1 out of 10, and even Ellis, who is supposedly in charge of ordering stock, only got 2. In fact, the only thing they are any good at is not having a clue what's selling in their own shop.
You're buying too much and you're not clear about what's working and what's not. And you need to start, there's so much stock in here. To start shedding, you need to start knowing what sells and actually just as much what doesn't. So I think what you have to get into the habit of doing every single month, you must sit down and analyse the figures.
We should have known. It was embarrassing.
We didn't even know what the best blooming 10 sellers was. God, you know, that's knocked me for 6.
From having my own business, I know how easy it is to become all consumed by work, and Adele is no different.
So have you done 7 days a week for the last 13 years?
More or less, yeah. I have the odd week holiday here and there. But before that, I was a riding instructor and I also worked 7 days a week then. So I've actually worked 7 days a week since I left school, really.
So do you think that the whole thing would collapse if you weren't here to keep it going?
I am quite a perfectionist, so I do like things done, everything followed through. And I can't help but being busy. I have to check that everyone's doing it properly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I'm the conductor trying to keep them all going, but then I also play all the instruments as well.
Do you think that's healthy for the furtherance of the business, though?
No, not at all.
Because I think, you know, admirable as it is that you work so hard in the business, you must separate out your professional life and your personal life.
Do you know what? That is the worst thing, I think, that this family business has actually, in many respects, ruined our family feeling as such, because we're always in each other's pockets all the time. Ellis, the other day, said to me, I don't come over the weekends unless I'm working, because I know that as soon as I do turn up, I am expected to work.
Yeah.
And he says, I don't want to become like you.
OK.
Having worked with my family all my life, I know how emotional it can be. Relationships can become strained to breaking point. I want to help Adele get her business and her family life back. To save this shop, the Wiseman family really need to take back control and impose some kind of order. I need to give it to them straight.
I think something you often lose when you've been working so long and so hard at a business is the initial impression customers have when they arrive at your place. Yours is a destination fancy dress shop. People drive to find you, yeah? That means they need to be knocked off their feet as they walk in that door. You've got some lovely, lovely things in there. I don't think you're doing them justice, because you've got such a volcanic eruption of stuff that you don't really know where to look. I think it's a big problem that you all spend so much time at work together. I think it's an enormous shame you don't spend any time out of work together, and I think that's your fault, because you lead by example. All of you have too little time as a family and too much time as business colleagues. So, something that I'd like to ask the two of you about is, I think you both need to step up, be made to step up and be professional. You being around all the time is kind of exacerbating the situation, because they never need to really be sure about anything, because you're always bloody there.
Yeah.
I think staffing is another issue entirely.
Saturday, people.
Saturdays and Sundays is a nightmare.
Is it? Why?
We get young girls coming in for Saturday and Sunday jobs.
But why don't you have your regular staff working at the busiest times of the week?
A lot of them won't.
None of us bloody like working a Sunday. It's shift work, it's rotated, so you can plan your life around it.
Could we not do that? Let's do it on a rota.
Well, do you not do that?
Nothing.
They have set hours. Yeah.
OK, well, this is definitely something we're going to tackle, because I'm all for never asking your staff to do something you wouldn't do yourself. But you're going the completely opposite extreme. You know, so you're prepared to work it, but you can't ask your staff to, for goodness sake.
Well, we have asked, but they won't change.
They won't change. Well, all right. Well, then, unfortunately, there may be some natural wastage, but I tell you what, you'll have one person leave and it'll stop there.
It's a harsh message, but one that really needs to sink in with the family. Next day, and I want to move on to more pressing matters. The shop is in the middle of nowhere. With no passing trade, the people of Essex need to know they exist if their sales figures are going to improve.
Today, we're going to do some market research. I want to ask them, have they heard of props and frocks? Have they been to a fancy dress party in the last year? And if they have, what did they dress up as? Are they planning on going to a fancy dress party? And what would they like to dress up as?
This is also a great marketing opportunity, and there's no better way to draw attention to the business than going out in their own fancy dress. But choosing an outfit from the thousands on offer is not going to be easy.
Oh.
I find it very difficult too much choice, which I'm sure the customers get as well. Looking good.
No.
No, not that either.
I used to be a stripper.
Now.
Shut up!
Does this look good or does it?
No.
I think it's too tight around there.
Best six-pack I've ever had. Happy.
Let's go, come on.
Let's go.
With Batman and his merry band, we are making a beeline for Basildon. It's the closest town to the shop and should be their biggest market. But is it?
Have you heard of Props and Frocks Fancy Dress Shop?
No.
No. No.
Do you know who Props and Frocks are? No?
Sorry, what?
Props and Frocks Fancy Dress Shop.
No, never heard of it.
No? OK.
Is that around here?
No.
No, where's that one?
I'm sure they're slightly stunned, shocked by the results. I mean, this is right on their doorstep.
No.
No.
I know that one in Southend.
No.
No. I'm having a bad afternoon. Yes.
Not that one.
Oh, sorry.
No.
There hasn't been one person that's actually known about the shop, which is pretty dire, I have to say, considering that Basildon is really a main town very near the shop. So I am not impressed at the moment.
What did you go as last time?
Him, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, suit you, down to the ground.
Fancy dress shop down there.
No, it's not that one.
No one knows us. No, and you know, I always thought that a lot of people come from Basildon to my shop, but obviously they don't. And I'm really shocked today. Really shocked. Yeah.
How many yeses? How many did you get who'd heard of
2.
Props and Frocks? You?
11.
Oh.
Well, I had one man asking me what bus size I was.
Yes.
Isn't that just the pleasure of talking to the general public? I've got 5.
And I got
2,
4.
Plus 11 plus 4, yeah, plus.
And I've got 4.
22, 26. Out of 163 people, only 26 had heard of Props and Frocks.
Yeah. It's horrendous.
Does that shock you?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Bearing in mind only 5 minutes down the road, I thought there'd be more yeses.
It's unbelievable, actually. And what was more worrying was the amount of people that hadn't heard of us, that had been to a fancy dress party in the last year and going to go again in the next 6 months. So that's even more worrying because that's all lost business.
But it also shows that somehow or other, I mean, a simple way to make sure that your business increases is just to make sure that more people bloody know you're there. Yeah. Isn't it? It's been a rather sobering morning, hasn't it?
It's really.
It really has, yeah.
Another one.
A week later and I'm back to start addressing the sizable stock issue. Last year, Props and Frocks came within months of going under because Adele spent £80,000 on stock just as the recession hit. Instead of the upturn in business she'd gambled on, demand dropped off a cliff. But it appears that didn't teach her a lesson. Tell me what all this is on the table.
Right, this is what we have in daily. This is a large order today.
Yeah.
It's not usually as big as this.
It just seems to me that after our conversations over the last couple of days, everyone's in agreement that we have to somehow cut the stock down to be able to display things differently, one, to be able to make sure that you sell every item that you stock, 2, and to finally make sure that you're more profitable, which means spending, making more than you spend.
Yes.
Well, who decides that you need 3 of these pirate beards rather than 2, or that you need 5 of these old English king's crowns?
No, that's down to Ellis.
So that is down to Ellis, OK. I'm not convinced Ellis is the problem. He might have set up the reordering system, but I don't believe he's the stockaholic in this business. Hello. So, I have just seen a whole table full of stuff that's just come in, new stock for the shop. One of the main things that we have to do is try and condense your stock lines. You
have got to decide that if something has only sold so many pieces in the last 6 months, then that's a line that you're going to drop.
The other day we wanted to increase all the stock levels.
But the one I was talking about turns out to be our top-selling costume that I did say we need to have a higher reorder level.
In the last 8 months, it's only gone out of stock once.
That's a good thing to know. I think that somehow, I don't know how you're going to have to do this, but we're going to have to hog-tie your mum and stop her ordering stuff. So, how are we going to get the stock down? Let's decide what we need to offload and then work out how we do it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I love these.
With Halloween just weeks away, I need this shop on top form, ready for their busiest time of the year. Adele has been hoarding stock for ages, but her obsession with the costumes is just cluttering the place up. If she can't see the problem inside the shop, then maybe taking it outside will shed some light on it.
It's making me feel a bit sick, yeah, I have to say.
I've discovered from Ellis that 500 of their lines are so out of date they've been discontinued, and another 1,000 sold less than 10 units last year.
Give or take £8,500 worth. In this list alone.
What does that tell you about ordering?
That I need to be put in one of my own straitjackets, I think.
It's time for a cull.
Yeah, that's got to go. What have you got in there?
I've got some thriller costumes.
Thriller costumes, Ellie said, is one of our best sellers.
I know, but as I've just been pointed out, do we need 156
No,
of them?
we don't. No.
Oh, look at it. It's quite sad, isn't it? Seeing it all sat there, all homeless and unloved.
Can you admit now that you've got a problem?
When I bought them, yeah, there was obviously a problem, because I would say, honestly, the majority of this stock is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, there's just a lot of it.
Just a lot of it, and it hasn't sold. You know, I am sad when I see some really good costumes here. But I have to recognise that I do have a problem, a bit like an alcoholic. I have to realise I have a problem.
I knew it was going to be incredibly difficult for Adele, but it really did work because actually confronted with the enormity of the stockpile she's created, she had to realise that her ways have to be mended, and also that stockpile has got to be tackled.
To be honest, what shocks me is that my over-ordering could have potentially closed this business, and that would have been really sad. It has to go. Oh. It's like, I feel like, well, I've never had a kid that goes off to university, but I actually feel that this is what it would be like. Yeah.
Adele might not have seen her kids go to university, but that's precisely where her stock is going.
You've not sold any for 7 years. What makes us...
We're going to give them away. £1 a jacket or £2 a jacket. Chuck them on, and we'll get rid of them.
Van is loaded. We're going to sell loads today. I hope.
We're off to the University of Essex Colchester campus for a sale. The biggest growth area in fancy dress hire in the UK is in university towns.
We've got to set up, get the prices on, and sell, sell, sell.
There's nothing students love more than slapping on something silly and stepping out for a night on the town. And with over 11,000 students, Essex Uni should be packed with potential punters.
Hiya, we've got special prices today for fancy dress.
Yeah, we're pricing up really cheaply. Literally more or less cost a couple of quid maybe on each item, so we're getting rid of stuff, which is awesome. Well, we've got rid of one thing so far.
But the costumes are not leaping off the racks. Drastic action is required.
Great, huh? You too could look like this.
What is it, actually?
What do you mean, what is it? Hi, we're doing fancy dress today, 50% off for students. Fancy dress?
Halloween! Stop! Can I get your Halloween?
Fancy dress!
loads of different reactions from different people. They just don't seem to be coming to the stall very much.
Fancy dress, sir? No one's buying anything. Shall we just try and sell them off even cheaper?
Well,
just to get rid of the bloody things. It's for free. It's for free.
I know, but I know.
Okay. Didn't want it. Not even for free.
People aren't interested.
They really aren't. It's amazing.
That would look good on you.
You don't need a wig, do you? So Alex couldn't work her charms either?
No, not even Alex could win this crowd over.
What are we going to do? And I'm just pricing things down and down and down.
Shall we cut our losses and go home?
Shall we?
I'm trying to be positive, but this really has been a disastrous day. I suppose the only positive we can draw from this is that you handed out a lot of leaflets.
Yes,
we did. Yeah.
We tried. That's all we can do, isn't it?
Clearly, students are more frugal than they were in my day. With barely any stock shifted, it's been a real blow to us all.
Oh, God, I'm going to have to cudgel my brain still further. And I think clearly it's essential that I open them to new markets. They have to keep on trying alternative routes. They have to keep on bringing new clients into this shop. They can't just depend on their old pool of regular customers.
But with a new day comes a new idea. I think a designated clearance area in the shop is needed to tackle the stock mountain.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you again.
And you.
I've asked retail designer Carl McKeever, who's worked with brands like M&S and Disney, to help me make this happen.
Come in and meet the family.
Hiya.
Joy, Adele, this is Carl.
Great to see you. Hello.
Hi, I'm Adele.
Hi, Adele. Nice
How
to
are
meet
you?
you. Very well, thanks.
Found us okay?
Yes, eventually.
So, Carl, do you want to tell them what your first impressions were?
I think for me, this is it's such an interesting shop because from the outside you have no idea at all what's really inside. If you weren't sure, you could think you'd driven up to a sex shop because there's boobs and bums in the window.
You know that private shop thing, the black front.
With the red lettering and things, you know, crikey.
Oh, my goodness. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, we might get more people in.
That's another room you're not showing us, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to get you guys to take us round so that Carl gets the full glory of the plethora of stock that you have.
One row of changing rooms there.
Sure, yeah. So how many costumes have you got here?
Higher costumes, we've probably got about 4,000 now.
Wow, that's a vast choice, isn't there? Massive.
Again, more costumes everywhere. This one's already been dropped.
Well, I was going to say, as we've been going around, I noticed you hiding that. I can see another one here.
Oh, no! Do you know, I've been everywhere. Oh!
Yeah, and you know, this whole environment says, touch me, play with me,
I know.
Interact with me, but there's a lot of kind of, you know, don't touch, don't do this, don't do this.
Because we're in here so much, it's a bit like our home.
Of course.
And so it's like somebody coming in, picking up your ornament, breaking it, and it's that feeling of thinking, bloody cheek, you know, what are they doing that for? And to actually take that step back, it's very difficult, isn't it?
Oh, hard.
And it is a problem. It's getting that fine line between giving people service and looking over their shoulder, which is nothing worse, is there, than having somebody hovering, which isn't what we want to do at all, is it?
The shop will need a huge overhaul, but so will Adele and Joy's attitude to customers. By stopping them from handling the goods, they are definitely hurting sales. I need to show them what good customer service looks like.
Hello! Hello, Alex. Well, we've been allowed access into this store because I'd like you to see how brilliantly they achieve their levels of customer service. And I think there's a lot of lessons from this place that we can take back and apply to your shop.
Uniqlo is part of the third largest fashion retailer on the planet. It's done this by building the business around a simple idea that the customer is king.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. This is Uniqlo Regent Street. How can I help? Hello, good morning, good afternoon. This is Uniqlo Regent Street. How can I help? Please let me know if you need any help.
Like many big retail businesses, the shopping experience here is deliberately designed to get the customer to touch and try on clothes. All the evidence shows that touching leads to buying. In fact, 65% of men buy what they try. You're all going to follow someone, so you're not just going to be chucked into this. OK. But you can see that they've got this enormous emphasis on how they communicate with the customer, which I think is very important. A huge emphasis on smiling, on not having ones... Yes, no crossed arms. The important thing is, you know, we've got to break this idea of yours that the goods in your shop are somehow an extension of your own personal stuff. It's not. It's merchandise. Merchandise that customers need to interact with to be tempted to buy. And what I want to do is break that idea that you have that of your shop as being an extension of your home.
So what you do, put your hand under it.
You see a messed up jumper.
OK, now you need to hold that with the palm of your hand.
You don't mind when they make a mess?
No, it's our job.
That's exactly. She's got a shop and she doesn't like people touching the stuff and making a mess of it. So how's that aspect of things going?
Some of these, what they bring out, are just thrown.
It's good that you're just getting used to the fact that this is just,
All the folding.
This is just what it is. This is what you've got to do.
You've got to do it, that's it.
It really matters to me what my shop looks like, and I hate it being untidy. It's so nice, refreshing to see people taking this pride in keeping it all looking absolutely immaculate. You know, we've always done the best for our customers, but not always with a smile on our face.
As well as encouraging Adele and her mother to let customers try clothes on, this visit has also forced Ellis, who spends all his time hiding away, onto the shop floor.
We'll call next customer, please. Really loud and clear. Focus a lot on eye contact whilst we're greeting customer and doing the transaction.
However much he thinks that he's going to be able to be a back office boy, in a business their size, everyone needs to get mixed into the customer service.
Next customer, please. I'm shaking. I'm not very good at dealing with customers. I don't talk to customers. Hello, madam.
In common with all the family, Ellis takes things too personally.
Next customer, please.
They take people fiddling with the product very personally, but he takes how customers react to him very personally, and actually it's just a job.
So we're going to find you a customer, you're going to approach them, just say, hi there, is there anything I can help you with? You're going to smile. The lady in the purple jacket.
Can I help you at all?
I'm just looking around, thank you.
OK. Can I help you at all? Still struggling a little bit with the contacting customers, but I freeze up a little bit. But we're getting better, I think. Cashmere is actually on offer at the moment.
OK.
The men's are $69.90 and the women's are over there at $49.90. If you need any help, come give us a shout.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think the whole family are going to go away from here having learnt so much.
It is full on. This is full on. And my girls think they work hard sometimes.
They're very insular. They don't get out of their own environment enough, and they've forgotten what the real world's like.
I mean, there's so many people coming through this store, and yet they're still keeping a happy, smiling face on the whole time. And I just think it's been brilliant.
Seeing how successful retail works has shown Adele that when the shop is at its busiest, she needs all her key staff to be working, even at the weekends. I think Adele, in a completely bonkers way, has been running the whole business in a way that's comfortable for the staff rather than in a way that's good for the business.
You got Bo Peep?
We do have Bo Peep.
Right, so if I have a look at Bo Peep and Penguin...
Yeah. Of course you should have your best staff working when it's busiest. And the fact that she hasn't imposed that on them is obviously something I need to tackle. Her family have somehow got to regain some personal time, and that will be much aided by the fact that they don't all have to be there all the time, covering all the bloody shifts, and all of them always having to work the weekend. I mean, it's just silly.
Jo, are you there? Are you able to come over?
I need Adele to confront her staff and put in place a whole new way of working. Without this, the business, and more importantly, Adele herself, will suffer. Now, if you want this to be a lean, mean fighting machine, you're going to have to change a few of your working practices. Now, I personally don't think that I should be involved in that at all.
because I think it will cause much more resentment. Everyone loves you and trusts you, that's why they work for you. So, you know, it has to come from you, but you understand that there's good business reasons that I've given you for why you need to make changes. Yeah? Sure. That this isn't a knee-jerk reaction. It's not from looking at a list of people and saying there's too many people for that number of hours. None of that. I'm just saying to you that you know, come on. Yeah?
I know it's not going to be popular and I'm not feeling particularly good at the moment. And I know this is going to be a bitter pill from this afternoon, so yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. As you are all aware, there have been loads and loads of challenges for props and frocks. If you look at our business UK-wide, and you'll be, you know, we already know there are many shops that are closing down or have downsized all over the country. I need to push the company forward and in a really good direction. Changes are never easy, and sometimes they can be painful. The shop is open 7 days a week, and we need professional, experienced staff to help us cover those 7 days a week. Now, I'm expecting people to work 1 weekend in 4, with 2 days off in the week in lieu. I know it's not going to be popular, but by looking after a few of you, it's putting additional workload onto others. Has anyone got any questions?
Nope.
OK, I'm going to put you on the spot, guys. Do you need to think about it?
I'm with you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Hi. If it means keeping our job, I suppose we'll have to.
This really is a massive step forwards. I know the staff will find it difficult at first, but it is for the greater good.
It's going to be really hard for me, but to give up my weekends, it's going to be really hard. I don't know how I'm going to sort it out, really, but we'll just see.
I think she needs us to support her as much as we can, which I've only worked here a few years, but I love my job, so.
How painful is all the change that's afoot here?
I think it was the big thing was the Sunday. It's just if there's a rota and you really need that Sunday off and you just can't swap it with anybody, and then you just think, and I know I will think, is this worth it?
Everyone has shift patterns, whether you're working in a supermarket or whether you're working, you know, Harrods. I don't expect everyone to like it. I just expect you either to get on with it or not. She's not doing this as a personal attack. She's doing this to make sure the business can survive.
I think the girls took it reasonably well. I was looking at their faces and it was, they all looked quite sad and very serious. And I wasn't expecting to get a yes.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, bye.
I'm not going to be sitting there thinking, how many staff am I going to have at the end of next week? Because I don't think that is the case.
Asking the staff to work shifts is only the first stage in getting Adele to step back. Now she needs to make time for herself, so I've insisted that she doesn't come into work for a few days. I know she'll struggle with it, but it's time for Reese and Ellis to show they can manage.
I just broke my nail.
Oh, no. Oh, well, that's next week's day off sorted.
With Adele out of the way, Reese and Ellis are heading to London for a business opportunity they think could be too good to miss.
We must be nearly there now, mustn't we?
The Great Gorilla Run is an annual event frequented by thousands of people who love dressing up. So it's a brilliant chance to do some targeted marketing.
I'm the fairy gorilla. Mr. Gorilla!
Great, isn't it?
Do you want to take a cape to wear? You wear it for you to wear. OK? Excuse me, is that a cape?
The cake's going down really well.
As well as potential customers, Reese and Ellis are following up on a tip-off they've had, which could lead to a big order.
Hiya. Hello. Hello. Are you Gillian? Yes, I am. Hello, I'm Reese, this is Ellis. We're from Props and Frocks. It's a fancy dress shop in Essex.
Yeah, I've seen these red capes around. People are wearing them.
Yeah, that was us. We've been handing them out. We've heard that you're looking for a new supplier of the gorilla costumes.
Right.
And we was wondering if we could arrange to come and see you and tell you what we could do for you.
We're in Primrose Hill in North London.
Okay, so not too far away. Thank you very much for your time.
All right then. Well, I'll give you.
Having been allowed to step out from their mother's shadow, the siblings have really performed. I think it shows they have the ambition the business needs.
The capes were amazing. We could not have imagined the impact that they had. People say, oh, can I have one, can I have one? So eventually I think we had about 50, 60 out there. There's about 50, 60 people now that know about us that didn't know about us before. So potentially that's 50 new customers.
Are you really struggling? You are, aren't you?
I normally would have some communication.
I think time off is incredibly important because it's when you have a little bit of distance, you get clarity. And if you're always right up here to the problem, then it's very hard to make sense of it. I mean, it sounds like she's worked 7 days a week since she was about 16.
It's been great spending a bit of time with Mike, my partner. We never, ever see each other. I mean, we might say hello in the morning. By the time I get home, it's dark, have a shower, go to bed. So this has been lovely. I think that I have looked upon the business as another child, and other parts of my life have definitely taken a bit of a knock because of that. The temptation to pick the phone up has been rather strong. I appreciate I need to take a step back. I've got to give the kids a chance to be their own boss, to make decisions.
So same time next week then?
And after some time away, has the place fallen to pieces?
Well, I'm back. What's happened? My first impressions, everything looks tidy. Having a wander, there's nothing that is out of place. First of all, I'm actually going to see if everyone read the notes that I left. And actually, they have. Looking at the book, the world did not collapse without Adele, which is brilliant.
Not only have they followed instructions, but in Adele's absence, the kids have also made a bit of a dent in the stock problem.
So, Reese, what happened at the front? Because it looked to me like it was quite a busy day in the shop yesterday.
It was busy in the shop. We had a customer come in for ex-hire. She bought 11 ex-hire costumes, which were a lot of the Victorian costumes that are quite bulky and take up a lot of space. And we had checked, and they've not been out for 2 years.
Yeah. So?
And it was double of what it was to hire. It's not been out, so it's gone.
Taking a deep breath.
Yeah.
And trying to think for the greater good.
It's all good.
As hard as that is, because I love all my costumes and I've got a story about every single one of them. So not even to be able to say goodbye to them.
Oh, God.
That is ridiculous.
I know.
If you've got more affection towards costumes than you've got to your own family, then you've got serious issues.
I've got serious issues.
Your friends are your costumes.
Yeah, but she's got 5,000 members of family.
With Halloween fast approaching, Carl and his team are back to overhaul this scatterbrained space. New signage, new layout, and of course, a better way to display the stock.
It's a great way to present the clearance products, but also in a way which is very easy for the customer to shop. And for me, there's no reason why the displays in this store shouldn't be the same high quality as they would be in a high street boutique. Just because it's fancy dress doesn't mean to say the customer wants to look any less convincing when they're wearing the outfit for themselves.
But bringing the shop up to scratch won't be enough on its own. I need the family to put all their efforts into how we fill it with new customers too. we're going to put on a big event with people who may be able to use you. So I'm thinking nightclub owners, people who hold parties, anyone who you could market to. I'd like to get them into the shop and then have you guys show your expertise of what you do so well, which is dress them up.
Could we do a catwalk?
I love that idea, I really do. So we're all up for this one final push?
One final push, yeah?
Yes,
yes.
yes.
The biggest push.
Good.
Yeah.
But as the big day gets closer, so the stress levels go up.
There's a lot of stress going on. I feel sick that it's all going to go tits up and it'll all backfire and no one will turn up.
Right, OK. We've been trying to do this meeting for about 2 hours. Because, really, I am losing the will to live here. Oh, my God. Need to think about the leaflets handing out, the games that we could do, and music. They're the key things.
We've put 110% into it, so if it does fail, it's going to be a bit of a kick in the teeth.
My poor brain can't take any more. This is not a woman in control of anything at the moment. It all has to be done today. Yeah. Oh, no.
After a monumental week for the Wisemans, I'm back to see just how much they've managed to dress this business up. Aha, the first sign of the changes that I'm expecting to find inside. It looks great. Really bright, really appealing. A fancy dress shop.
I think Alex is going to be amazed by the transformation, and I can imagine what she's going to say in my head.
So much better. It's immediately obvious where you have to go.
But I think she's going to be wowed over by it. I hope she is, anyway.
Ooh, look at this! Gosh, that's fab. Mannequins. The vibrant signage leads the customer to the shop front, which now has an exciting and enticing window display. I love being able to see into the store. I think it makes a huge difference. It makes you very excited about walking in and already looking forward to spending some money. Thankfully, it no longer looks like a sex shop in Amsterdam. A bright new logo has brought the front to life. Hello! Oh, my goodness! The whole shop has been transformed. Where once there was clutter, now colour-coded themed rooms make things clear for the customers. It does feel less overwhelming.
Definitely.
Instead of overstuffed shelves, stock has been pared back and displays have been used to really sell the costumes. It does make a huge difference seeing them out of a packet, doesn't it, actually?
We sold, didn't we, one costume that we hadn't sold for 2 years.
No.
We sold 3 in one day.
No! New changing rooms have been fitted to encourage customers to try things on. This is, after all, a dressing up business. Oh my goodness, it looks fantastic.
It's so inviting. Carpet.
Darling, I love it. And there's a large clearance area to allow the family to sell the unwanted stock off cheaply.
It's surprising how people then can go straight in and focus on that area.
Yeah.
And it's made, I think, people's choices so much easier, hasn't it?
Yeah.
On the whole, it feels fun and full of character.
Chief merchandiser now is Ellis. Who
If you'd ever believe it.
Darling!
I done all this, if you can believe it.
I know, I can't believe it, actually.
He's changed, isn't he? Yeah. He actually approaches customers now.
We actually think he's been taken away by aliens and replaced.
Tonight, the shop will be full of guests invited to mark the relaunch of the business, which gives all of us a chance to road test the new changing rooms.
The best changing rooms in Essex. Yay! Oh, God, that makes my eyeballs. I can't wait.
Ta-da! Joining the family for the relaunch is a guest list of Essex party people. Everyone from venue managers, party planners, event coordinators and theatre groups. The great and the good who might want to bring their business here.
I would like to say, first of all, thank you to every single person that has bent over backwards through this last couple of weeks of complete chaos. We couldn't have done it without you. And I cannot thank you all enough for that. No. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you ever so much for coming, everybody. I declare the new Props and Frocks open.
With press and photographers here too, I'm in no doubt it'll hugely up the shop's profile. Now the family need to get their business heads on.
Big smiles, really loads of fun. We're going to get some music playing.
They've organised a catwalk show to really bring their stock to life. The invited party professionals seem to be impressed.
Really good, really good.
It's modern and really nice.
I think it looks really great. I mean, there aren't many fancy dress shops in the area that have such a fantastic selection of stock, so I'll definitely be using the shop in the future.
The atmosphere is quite warm, and then the decor as well, with the way the costumes have been presented, is quite lovely.
Do you like the shop reorganisation?
It's beautiful, yeah. It's lovely, really nice.
It's more spacious. Yeah, it looks like there's more in it.
Obviously a great opportunity to see what's available, but I think from a promotional point of view, I think they've done really well.
The event has given the business a strong local presence. I feel like I'm leaving them in a much better state than I found them. They just need to stick to the lessons they've learned along the way.
The important things are you've got to keep your stock buying under control.
Yes.
You've got to make sure you have some time off. You've got to allow your kids some room to breathe and develop.
Yes.
Because they are so bloody good already. Imagine what they will be when they're forced to take on more responsibility.
Yeah, definitely. We can't thank you enough, can we?
No.
No.
Oh, thank you.
There's been a couple of things that have been difficult to take, but we have taken them on board and we've dealt with them, and I think we're still learning. Not everything's fixed just like that. We are definitely going along the right road, and I'm so pleased that the whole family are going along the same road together, which is, for once, is it's just fantastic.
2.5 months later, how is Props and Frocks faring?
I think I'm 3/4 of the way to being cured.
She'll never be cured thoroughly.
I might not be completely cured. I'm 100% better than I was.
The family now keep £30,000 less stock than they did, which is a huge step forwards.
As I could see how things have more space, they're displayed better, we actually sell more stuff. That's the lesson, isn't it?
And Adele has managed to find time for herself away from the business.
When I'm not working in the shop, I actually do feel that you two can get on and cope with most problems. I don't feel now that I need to be here.
Adele's a lot more chilled now at work, so I can spend more time with her as my mum, not just the boss.
I think having some time for me has made me a better person, a better mum, a better daughter, a better grandparent, because now I actually have some time, and I've got some time to be, I can play with my grandkids, I can go out shopping with my daughter, and I don't feel that I can't do that because I'm working.
It is having like a second chance of doing all the bonding again, and it's special. Got her back.
It's given me my life back, which has been fantastic, I really have to say. And hopefully it's given my family me back, rather than me being so engrossed in this shop the whole time.
I'm on my way to a historical tourist business in Norfolk that has hit rock bottom. Three years ago, Mark and Lindsay Abel sold their house and sank their life savings into a dream: to run Denver Mill, Norfolk's last working windmill.
This is the biggest machine you'll ever go in.
and it is a machine. We are inside a machine.
Their ambition was to mill flour and turn it into bread they could sell on site.
It sounds a bit, you know, hippie, but I think this windmill found us, not that we found the windmill.
But their utopian dream has turned into a nightmare.
There's something going dreadfully wrong.
We have no life. I used to have one, apparently, but I can't remember it. There's no just this.
Everything we have in the world is here. We have nothing. We have nothing in the bank. Everything's here.
Despite not paying themselves a wage, Mark and Lindsay's future now hangs by a thread.
If we fail to make a living here, this will go. And when it's gone, that's the end of it.
And just when it seemed it couldn't get any worse, disaster struck.
There was just bits of sail and things just falling, and we just looked up and we both just shook our heads and said, well, that's it, you know. That's the end of the business, you know, the end of everything.
Nothing would be here if the mill wasn't here. The tea shop couldn't survive on its own, the shop couldn't survive on its own. It's all part of the same thing.
It is like a loss of something.
The unique selling point of Denver Mill has always been that it was Norfolk's last working windmill. 3 weeks ago, that was true. However, it's going to cost a lot of money to replace them, and at the moment, the family don't know whether it's going to be possible at all.
But the business was broken before the sales came off. Despite 3 years of hard graft, they haven't made a penny. If that doesn't change, then this place could close in a matter of months. Having spent years working in the voluntary sector, Lindsay is now in overall control of the site.
Hiya, I'm looking for Lindsay.
Hello. Hello.
Lovely to meet you.
And you. We're very pleased you're here.
Thank you.
I'll just come
very
round.
pleased I'm here. So how many people can you serve at a time here?
At busy times, we're looking probably about 25 to 30 at the most. But we have an outside area as well, and quite often in the summer that's quite a good area because it sort of gets people outside.
You also sell your own bread here. You make sandwiches from your own bakery bread, I see.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the idea is that we mill the flour here, we make our bread, and then people can take a loaf home or they can use it to cut up for the sandwiches, so people can actually get to taste the mill, so as to speak.
OK.
Let me take you to see Mark.
Lindsay's husband, Mark, has a background in mechanical engineering, but now spends all his time milling flour.
Hello.
Mark, this is Alex.
Hello.
What are you up to in here?
This has been referred to as my other woman because I spend too much time with
I thought the other woman was the engine round the back.
Yes.
Oh, I see. You've got 2 other women.
I have.
With the main mill out of action, Mark has only 2 small motorised mills on which to pursue his love affair with flour.
How do you know about all this stuff?
As far as the engineering side goes, I've worked with this sort of equipment all my life.
Yeah.
As far as the milling side goes, through trial and error, inspiration and sheer raw skill.
not to puff yourself up.
Well, no.
OK, so this is your arena and obviously your passion. You have that slightly crazed look of a man who's in his element. But I'm here to try and make sure that your business makes more money. So what we need to quickly identify is which bit of this business, of the varied aspects of this business, should we concentrate on?
That's where hopefully your objectivity will be able to identify which streams they are.
Does that mean you're not sure?
Charming as they are, Mark and Lindsay don't strike me as natural entrepreneurs.
Let's go. So I'm allowed to go and have a look about,
Yes, yes, help yourself. Yeah.
And then I'll come back, because I obviously want to ask you lots of questions about money.
Oh, dear.
You are the person to ask about that, are you not?
Well,
I believe you're the managing director.
Oh, absolutely.
Good, good, fantastic.
My first stop, the windmill itself, that the family charge a couple of quid to enter.
Quite interesting, if you're interested in that kind of thing.
Which, despite owning a bakery, I'm not. Next door, they run something I would be interested in, though, baking classes. But the room is far from what I'd expect.
Ah. I'm not entirely sure why there's a bicycle or a scooter in here. And I definitely don't think there's anything witty or amusing about that.
Worse still, it's grubby.
Why would you do that? Why would you have someone see that you keep your stuff like this? I hate the whole disordered aspect. I can already tell this isn't a professional outfit.
The on-site gift shop takes the chaotic approach to a new extreme.
I find it very confusing in here.
The family's home-milled flour sits side by side with tourist tat of the lower sort.
I find it all a bit depressing. I would love to know who does the buying for this, because I think they're very confused about what they're trying to achieve here. Really unattractive and generic notelets and name stuff, which honestly, I don't think has any place here.
These cheap toys retail for peanuts and the markup is tiny, but they're filling up almost all of the shelf space. Rural food businesses all over Britain are making money because the customers are prepared to pay a premium for locally sourced goods. All this plastic is just bad business.
Monogram cufflinks next to clotted cream fudge. How is that a good sales technique?
One person who should know how things are run is daughter Sally, who came to the mill a year ago to develop the business, but has caught the milling bug from her dad.
What's your gut feeling about what's wrong with it here? What needs to be improved more than anything else?
Finance-wise, I feel like we're not looking to make large amounts of profit here. I don't think that it's going to be very easy to make large amounts of profit, or that's not been the plan. It means that we're looking at smaller figures, and at the moment, because people aren't controlling the books closely enough, it's very easy just to fritter these little bits. When you're only looking for a small sum of money in the first place, it's very easy for it just to
But
disappear.
why do you think it wasn't going to make lots of money?
I suppose because that's what Mum and Dad told me, to be honest. I suppose because when they came in, their business plan didn't involve making a large amount of money.
No, it probably didn't involve spending all their money
No, it
either.
certainly didn't.
Do you have any handle at all on where you're making money in this business and where you're losing it?
Not effectively, no.
Spoons and cutlery, just help yourself to there, Frank.
On paper, the only bit of the business showing any potential is the tea room, run by Sally's boyfriend, Duncan.
What do you think you're doing right here?
Oh, I don't really know. We're doing a bit right, but there's a lot we can work on.
So tell me, I know, but
what's
I'd like
right?
to know, yeah, tell me your strengths, what you think the strengths
The strengths are the quality of ingredients we actually use. We try to go for quality, not quantity, to get people to come back again.
Do you know how much you spent? I mean, do you know how much a cake takes to produce and what you then cost
We
it
have our
out for?
costings, yeah. We have costings. Costings are all done upstairs.
So you're pretty confident about your costings? That's what
I wouldn't
I'm
say I'm confident. I would say they could probably be done better.
Yeah.
But whether it's by me or somebody else, I don't know.
Sorry, don't let me stop you serving this lady.
Even if Duncan runs the tea room well, he'll always struggle if he doesn't get more involved in the books.
Thank you very much.
The family are juggling a lot of balls, a shop, a cafe, a mill, a bakery, as well as events and holiday cottages. Every part of the business has its problems, but they're made even worse by another fatal flaw.
Biggest thing, as far as I can see, the elephant in the room that everyone knows is there and no one is discussing, is the fact that no one seems to know what's making the money, where the money's being spent on, whether the profit margins are right on every item they sell, why they're not making more of a profit. There has to be an answer buried deep in those figures somewhere, and I just need to find someone to lead me to the answer.
And that's a trail that leads directly to Lindsay.
I've got tea room sales, tea room purchases there, which would seem to suggest that you'd made 40, more or less 40 grand. But then here I've got a different price on tea room purchases.
Well, that is peculiar.
And then if you include the wages, then that shows that the tea room over the course of a whole year didn't actually make you a penny.
No, it doesn't actually surprise me.
Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
How is the pricing worked out in the tea shop?
The pricing,
So let me see purchases.
Yeah, again, I'm afraid I don't understand those at all.
I don't know whether they take it all as a game. I think they won't find it a game when they are walking away from there with £100,000 less of their own money and nothing to show for it. I think that will be pretty depressing, actually.
Hello, love.
Hello. You got out.
I did, yeah.
In one bit?
I did, yeah.
And?
It was quite tough.
Yeah.
It was quite tough. I do feel a bit, ugh, now. I just want to burst into tears and have a little cry.
I can see. All right.
I stick my head in the sand about the figures because I think that if I know them and realise what a mess we're in, then we'll have to get out. You know, we've put a lot into this place, and the thought of finding out that it's not sustainable is a scary thing. We may have to say, well, that's it, you know, we're going to have to call it a day.
After a difficult evening, I've called the family together. Their ethics are getting in the way of their existence. If the Abels are going to find a way out of this mess, it's their heads and not their hearts they need to start following.
The first thing I have to draw your attention to is that however worthy and however admirable your ethos is, what it's meant is that you're living very hand-to-mouth, which is not a comfortable situation.
No.
It isn't enough just goodwill and love and effort and hours put in. You need to be professional about this stuff. What I want you to understand is that there is something very admirable about doing something well and making money out of it. And I am going to challenge you to do lots of things differently. Let's work from the black and white, from the facts and figures. It takes the sting out of every discussion, because once you have the facts in front of you, they're quite hard to argue.
Yeah.
Yes?
There's a lot to do, but first I need to take this family back to basics to see if they know which bit of the business is actually making any money.
I need to confront them with their willful lack of knowledge about the financial state of this project. I want to do that in a very immediate way, one that will have an impact visually and that will hopefully shock them into changing their ways. What we have here is 10 bags of flour, each representing 10% of turnover. I would like you to put bags into each segment to represent the percentage of the overall turnover.
OK.
OK?
We've got to have at least one bag in every section.
Right, so we put one in each section then.
That one wants to go in the middle. Right.
Right, we've got to put a load more in cafe. Put at least 2 more in there. And that one's got to go in the middle as well, I'd have said.
So that shouldn't be there.
Duncan, are you happy with this?
Personally, I'd put that one into the cafe.
Go on, then.
I'm reasonably happy with that.
You're reasonably happy. What would you change? Because reasonably happy isn't enough.
I think...
Yes.
1, 2, 4... No, OK, no.
The amount of money
no, that's right. Yeah, no, I'm happy.
Really, there isn't much money sloshing about at all. I don't think that that's anything to admire. I just think that's stupid. Well, none of you are really aware of how the situation stands, then. 54% of your turnover comes from the tea room.
Right.
26% of your turnover comes from the shop. 10% comes from the cottages. And the mill and the events share 10%. So, can I just say, depressing as it is, you two are spending a lot of your time on something that's the tiniest part of the business.
I don't think it is, because if we didn't have the flour, then the tea room and the shop, well, the tea room certainly wouldn't be making so much money, because they have to have the flour to make the bread to make the cakes.
So we have to look at why aren't we getting a better margin coming out of the mill?
In saying that there's 2 of us spending a lot of time in the mill, it's sort of is the backbone to it.
I agree that it's the backbone, but it's a backbone that's not going to be able to be supported.
The family are more about the mill than the money. I just hope they can see they have to change to stop this site going under.
I want to say that I didn't realise until now how important it is to me, the milling side of it here. What we all agreed on when we'd agreed on what we were going to do before Alex came was not to compromise on using our own product wherever we can, because we feel that that's really important. And I feel like if we're on this site, we have a responsibility to use it as a mill in some sense. And if not, we might as well go and get a tea room somewhere else.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, I would rather just make enough money for us all to make a living and not have a lot of money and still have that windmill and still be able to stone mill than have extra money. If the site turns into a tea room and a gift shop and then the administration side of it, I don't want to work here because I've got other things I can do.
That meeting this morning, a joke. Complete and utter joke. They're still concentrating on something that is never going to work. Everybody likes to work the mill and work in it, but it's a luxury, isn't it? You know, it's a £750,000 luxury that's broken. They're playing millers. Mills went out 200 years ago. You know, if you can get it working, it's an added bonus. But it's not something to depend on. It's like depending on the wind blowing every day. Is that not a business strategy that's ready just to collapse? Just forget about the windmill. Think about the things that are working, or we're going to go bankrupt. And I didn't travel 600 miles to go bankrupt.
Everything they say is so uncommercial. I mean, Lindsay, Sally, Mark. I mean, I'm amazed. The only person who's got a healthy business bone in his body is Duncan, and that's only so long as he doesn't have to use a computer. So, you know, I've got a struggle ahead to make sure that everyone understands what's involved here, but it's a struggle I will win.
And the financials couldn't be any clearer. Although their hearts are in the mill, the bread and butter of this business isn't in the flour.
This is a difficult message that I've got to give the family. You know, they think they're achieving a very high standard, but the very high standard they're achieving is in one solitary aspect of the business. As they keep going on about it, it's in the flour. And that is really all they've been focused on. I've got to get them to see the rest of the business and what it means to them for it all to be a success. So what I want you to now think about is the unthinkable, right? And I'm going to say it blankly. How important is the milling of flour?
Extremely.
For what? For your vision of yourself? Or the success of the business?
The vision of ourselves.
But people come because a lot of our customers come because they have the quality of our flour, which we don't have at the moment, but because of the quality of our flour.
Well, and you still have customers coming, and people would still eat in the cafe and the coffee shop because you're doing something very good here. I'm afraid your sense of self-worth is so wrapped up in the flour milling thing that I think you are really ignoring, at your peril, what is the bit of the business that makes money, the cafe.
But I don't think that if we didn't have our flour, which we use in our products, our bread and our cakes, which is one of the things that makes them so nice, I don't think we'd necessarily, if we were selling the same thing as everybody else around in the area, then maybe people...
Darling, do you honestly think that if you go to Hayworth's or Marriages or, you know, I mean, there are lots of other... Norfolk is...
Flour doesn't taste the same, though, if you...
No, it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. But a lot of it is in the skill of the baker.
No. You see, I think that I don't think that's right because obviously the flavour of stone ground flour is very different from the flavour of roller milled flour.
Sweetheart, I have a bakery.
I know you do. I know exactly. So I'm saying I
think what I know, darling. But you know, you have to start thinking commercially. Mm-hmm. You have a very tough decision here. You have no money in the bank. Mm-hmm. You have a bit of the business that's working. You're managing to do a little bit of milling in the setup that you've got now. But is it enough to be the raison d'etre of this business? This isn't your life. This isn't your family. This isn't your home. Just stop behaving as if it is. This is a business, guys. You've got to make it work so that you have money to feed and clothe and shelter yourselves. I would like to do something with the branding. I would like to do something with the marketing. But I can't even start that until you decide what you are. Running a family business should be a pleasure. It has become a chore. And that ain't great. Can I give you words of advice from my grandfather, which I live my life by? Is never look at the bigger picture, because there's no point. Solve one problem at a time with a very clear-sighted view, because otherwise you dissipate your energies. So you have to do one thing, you do that one thing, you tick it off, and then you move very quickly to the next one.
I suddenly realised that what I have felt over this mill is almost like bereavement, and I've refused to acknowledge it. And I'm still refusing to acknowledge it, because if I do, I should be really upset. And I didn't realise that it affected me as much as that. I think this is why Sally was so defensive of Alex's comments about the mill and the flour.
At the end of the day, if Denver Mill is going to survive, they just have to be more commercially minded. They have to be more focused. They have to concentrate. They all have to be pulling in the same direction, and they have to start now.
So after last night's frank discussion, have the family woken up to the idea of a new way forward?
I think it would be a terrible shame just to scrap everything and make us just a tea room or a cafe. But having said that, of course we need to make some money somehow. So I think the feeling I have is that we've somehow got to get the rest of it running well enough to support us being able to mill here, because I think it's really important that that happens on this site.
Well, it looks like I'm slowly getting through to Sally, but is the rest of the family ready for a new direction at Denver?
I think what we ought to do first thing this morning, just what we talked about in the car last night, which was how we were feeling about what Alex said about the windmill. Don't know whether it's such a big deal to you, Duncan, is it?
It is, but it's not my first priority, is it? I mean, my first priority is thinking, are we throwing too much time at something we can't get possibly to work at the minute?
We know that we've got to get this business working. And we know that, from what Alex said last night, it gave us confidence to think that we can get it working without the windmill. So let's get the business working, get all those these other bits really working well, in order for us to be able to be paid and for us to continue to indulge ourselves, being able to use the windmill and having that sense of responsibility. So almost the windmill becomes a bit of a hobby that's attached to the business. We've been very focused in one direction, and that direction is very much tied in with the milling and the product and all the rest of it. I think we need to do some more market research, because there's no point going in the direction that we want to go into if our customers don't want it.
Very good afternoon to you all. Thank you so much for coming to help me with some market research. It looks like the family are coming round to my way of thinking, and if it's feedback they want, then I'm very happy to oblige.
How are you set up for a coachload of people?
Oh my goodness.
How's Duncan? Wait, Duncan! Yes. Can you handle a coachload of people at the moment?
Bring it on, no bother.
Bring it on! Be as detailed as you can. Please don't worry about hurting anyone's feelings. It's anonymous, so it doesn't matter. Is there any change you made? The menu, would you make any change? How the pricing is? That kind of stuff really interests me.
Do they sell their own gel?
There was a few little bits out there. Yeah, they do.
Because that's what I would focus on.
I'm hoping that this sample focus group can help me understand what are Denver Mill trying to achieve. Is it more important for them to be milling flour that they use in their own bakery? Are they trying to be a very well-established and popular cafe? Can I give you questionnaires? I want to know what people like here, so I can help the family decide which way to push their business.
The more information you can give me, the better.
This quick straw poll showed that customers like the food and the mill products once they found them.
I know that when people come to stay with me, they like to look for locally produced things and locally made things.
Right.
There is a very rich tourist clientele that come to Norfolk. It's very highly regarded. There's a lot of money washing about here, and I'm not sure that they're attracting their fair share of it at Denver Mill. With the Norfolk tourist industry worth £2.5 billion a year, I think they could make more money from their merchandise. It's time I took the mill up market. Foreman & Son, a century-old family smokehouse, developed a luxury hamper range 10 years ago and haven't looked back since. It's a market that's worth a staggering £75 million a year in the UK alone. I want the family to realise they can keep their heritage and turn a healthy profit too. First of all, why are hampers a good idea?
We're very much a fresh food company, and that's the sort of heritage of our family business. Lots of people would buy a packet of smoked salmon from us, or they'll buy some cheese, or they'll buy some fresh meat. They'll buy something for their dinner party, but they wouldn't necessarily come to us for gifts. Okay, so hampers obviously gives you an extra element that you can supply to people, particularly at Christmas time, but throughout the year as well. where they're looking for, you know, a gift offering, something that's ready-made. They don't have to think about it too much. They can just buy it, you know, off the shelf or out of a catalogue, and you know, it's all there, complete.
But key to all this, I would suggest, is sourcing stuff that people cannot find so easily independently. So find stuff that you just couldn't go to the supermarket and just pick off the shelf, because, you know, any idiot can do that for themselves. What you're trying to do is offer a very indulgent gift experience. You've bought us one of your jam baskets.
It's just some local pickles actually in this one.
I don't think presentation is necessarily one of their skills, and I think it's something that they all have to work on. You know, if you're going to do a hamper, you have to do it bloody well. Otherwise, just don't bother. The hamper challenge. We've got a whole load of your products on that table over there. So I just want to see what you think makes a good hamper out of your products.
I know what I'm doing. They've got a crate there and it's getting 12 bottles of beer in it, and that's it. That's a man's hamper.
Last year, Foreman & Son sold 10,000 hampers. I'd love to see the mill selling their own hampers on their site and wholesaling them around Norfolk before I leave in just over a month's time. I'm interested in seeing what they think goes together, whether they have an effective theme going in a hamper, whether they can explain that theme to me, whether they've thought about the cost of the goods that they're putting in and what kind of markup they can put on it. I need them to prove they can think commercially.
Contents, £25 box, don't know the price of.
Got to roll my sleeves up, it's no good.
Typically, they're being very random,
Toast and honey, beer and clotted cream, there you go.
apart from Sally, who unusually is very focused on what customers might be willing to pay for.
I was trying to do something different and do a more of a hamper just with our baking products. We've only got a sort of strange selection of baking stuff with us, so I've kind of tried to make it representative.
If I got given that on Christmas morning, I'd pay for it, and I'd eat and drink the lot.
Let's have a look then. I think this is a bit confused as an idea.
I think this basically tells you what Duncan just said. This is what he would like for breakfast, and it just looks like it's all the things I like just thrown in a tray, and that's it.
Okay. What do you think? Have you costed this out in your head?
No.
OK, because I think that's also quite important. Remember, the whole, you know, let's not mince words here. One does things to make money.
Absolutely.
You next, darling.
Yeah.
What was the thinking behind yours?
Mine was an attempt to find our most premium products that we have in our shop.
That isn't luxury food.
No, it's not.
And I don't...
It's in a luxury box,
and
it's
that's
not luxury
exactly.
food.
Stuff they built their business on is what they should be showcasing, isn't it? And that is not... That's not it.
OK, thanks.
So your thinking was here?
The idea is it's sort of a showcase of our product, and if somebody wants to sort of like, you know, start up kit to try and start making their own bread with our products, then this would be it.
I love it. I mean, to me, this really, you know, this sells your brand. You know that these products are all excellent products because you're producing them yourself. And part of the whole reason for doing hampers is actually to promote what you do.
I was worried that Sally would let her values get in the way of creating a hamper you could make a healthy profit on. But her bread-making kit captures the essence of the mill and passes muster with the experts.
You know, that looks like something you'd spend money on. That looks, you know, worth plenty, yeah.
It does. It's very natural looking, and you know, it says something about you. And I think that's, you know, that is great.
Looking at someone that has obviously expanded and taken it to the next level, but still being able to stay so grounded and rooted in what they believe in, made me realise that you can progress and you can make money and you can look a little bit higher and reach a little bit higher, but still hold these values and still stand by your values and still be based on what you believe in. So, yeah, it was a real eye-opener for me.
With Sally now seeing the value in adding value, she's getting stuck into some mass production with her mother.
And we need to collect together tea, coffee.
By creating hampers, they can expect to make 25% more money than they would if they sold the products separately.
You're right, Sal.
Don't forget to put loads of that stuff in, because that's what they said, isn't it? Make sure you've got plenty of stuffing in.
Better?
Yes. No, don't like that stuff. Right, who won the hamper competition?
The hampers are unique to the mill as they showcase their own flour. But by grouping this with other products, Sally is really tapping into the home baking market that's currently never been bigger.
That's it. That's what I do on mill tours. I'm Dad's glamorous assistant. This is the beginning of what is going to soon be a huge warehouse-style factory making hampers. This is the miniature version.
Looks great. I mean, fantastic. This is your, obviously, alcoholic version, which looks very nice.
As well as selling in their own shop, I think these hampers could be sold in bulk to big food outlets all over the county, making the mill much less reliant on passing trade.
I really want us to take some of these hampers to find out if anyone would be interested in stocking them in the future. Also, once we've got the costings and we work out what kind of margins we're making on them, if someone does say they want wholesale, you give them a discount.
I've managed to line up 2 meetings with Norfolk retailers that specialise in high-quality local produce, perfect for the mill. Now the family have to convince them to buy.
I've never really seen Lindsay, Sally and Duncan having to sell their product, and it's quite important that I see them in the field, as it were. Hopefully, I'll see them very confident. I know they have full faith in their product.
Fingers crossed they've heeded my advice and thought seriously about their pricing.
We did 2 sorts, OK? We did this one in a basket and we did this one in a crate.
Right. So what would this retail to me at?
This one, at the moment, we haven't got wholesale prices yet.
I would just need to know what it was going to cost us to work out what I could reasonably retail it at. Or perhaps you might think about doing a sale or return. A lovely family, obviously trying really hard to push their product. They probably need to be a little bit more prepared when they come into a selling situation like just now. You know, they didn't know the price that they were going to sell the hamper at, which is obviously important to me because I obviously need to know how much I'm going to sell it for.
The lack of prices means they can't close what might have been a deal.
The last thing I said before we left the mill to Sally and to Lindsay was to make sure that they had the costings, to at least have the raw good cost, and then we could work out, as it were, a retail price and a wholesale price. We knew we were going to be asked this. They came very unprepared in this regard.
Here we go.
With 1 pitch left, they need to get their figures straight, or today will be a write-off. This family have got to get a grip. We need those numbers and we need them now.
Hello, Dad, we need prices for those hampers.
No.
Now, the prices on those hampers now, $16.50 and $23.50.
In this next shop, I'd like you to go in on your own, because I think that it's good that you learn to introduce yourself, to ask immediately for the person who you should be seeing, then you engage with them rather than me.
Luke, is it?
Hello.
Hello, Luke. I'm Duncan from Denver. This is Lindsay and this is Sally.
Hello. Hi there.
Hello there, nice to meet you.
We've brought some of our products in today.
So what do we get in here? We get yeast in here.
You get yeast,
The flour.
the baked bread making
Yeah.
flour, the oil, the tin, and there will be a recipe card in there.
Lovely. So the retail price is...
These will wholesale at about 21,
Okay, and then retail at...
about 27, 28.
So far on what you've said, you're ticking a lot of boxes which the greengrocer's business philosophy adheres to. Right, seeing your range of products, I would say hamper on the shelf tomorrow. I would say your flour on the shelf tomorrow.
This is just one store and they need to pitch to others, but it clearly shows they have a market beyond the mill itself.
I thought it was very important to show them that they do actually have the skills to do their own sales and marketing, and that they just have to be brave and make some new contacts, make the effort to go on making new contacts wherever they go.
Having realised their product could look good on other people's shelves, Lindsay is finally making sense of her own shop.
Now we need to get all those units out of the way. I'm not sure where. On that cupboard where you're standing. Hopefully, and I don't know whether this is going to work, at the end of the day, there's going to be a fantastic feeling of space and everything's going to look lovely and tidy and neat. Just move it into the middle for now. We'll be moving something over there to bring something in there to move it back over there all the time. But this is the only way we're going to be able to do it short, taking everything out of the shop, standing in the back garden and bringing it all back in again, which might be an idea, actually.
And Sally and Duncan are tackling the terrible function room.
If I scream, it's because there's a spider, so don't panic. We're going to be concentrating on baking classes. We're trying to make them a bit more professional. So obviously we need to make the area that they're going to use a little bit more professional as well. Thank you.
So there's all sorts of treasures up here. Just going to put things in here now that are relevant to baking. We found that in the bottom of the cupboard, the pickled albino bat.
It's quite cool, in a gross kind of way.
Never enough hours in a day, is there? Not for all the things we got to do. So I better get on. Chin up and all that.
In just a few weeks' time, I want to help the Abels relaunch Denver Mill as a must-see destination, not just for fans of flour, but for foodies far and wide. So I'm back to see how well they've scrubbed up.
Ha-ha! Ooh, very different. Oh, I like it. I love this. I mean, that looks amazing. All your produce.
Instead of hiding behind cheap toys, the Mill products take pride of place alongside the best of Norfolk food. It's exactly what I would hope a rural food shop would look like.
I think that you're adding value to your goods by displaying them like this. Really looks fabulous. Well, this does look very different. It looks fantastic. I'm really thrilled with this. I really am. Thank you so much. I mean, this is definitely now somewhere that I would like to do a bakery course.
Right.
I think it gives a very good impression of the professionalism here.
I particularly like the aprons.
They look fantastic.
Because we'd always planned to do that and we'd never found a space on the wall to put them. So now I was really pleased to be able to get those out.
If this site is going to have a successful relaunch, then the business must send out a coherent message. The Mill needs a unified brand.
Right, first thing I need to tackle you with. What on earth is this?
Is it
A wide selection of public.
Exactly.
What does it say about your brand? Does anyone know?
We tried to send a lot of different messages to a lot of different people.
Yeah. We need to tackle marketing.
Yes.
But we can't tackle marketing until we've tackled branding.
No.
You know, are you kind of little cosy? Are you kind of funky and, you know, bright and a bit more modern? You know, traditional? I don't really know what you want to be. And I think this is a central question that you have to answer for me. I think they're very confused. There isn't one thing that Denver Mill stands for, and I feel that's incredibly important. We've got a gift shop, we've got a cafe, we've got a heritage site, and we've got the milled flour. And all those things have to be marketed much more cohesively, much more powerfully, so that people know what they're getting when they come to Denver Mill.
Sally, Duncan.
Yeah?
Alex has asked us to find 5 things that represent Denver Windmill.
I need the family to be on the same page when it comes to who and what they are.
I'm going for what everybody comes here for.
I'm looking for something that represents friendly and happy and family, but I can't find anything, so I'm going to find a mixing bowl.
The aim of this exercise is to get the family to focus on the values they feel lie at the heart of this business, because tomorrow I want them to decide on a brand image once and for all.
I bought the bowl because of the baking courses.
I think people come here for the bread, they come here for the flavour, so that's what I'm on.
I brought sheaf of wheat, and it's Magister, which is our main wheat that we use, so that's kind of good.
Spelt as it comes off the field. 10,000 years old,
There's clearly a shared passion for the plough-to-plate ethos of this business, home-milled wheat turned into great bread. Agreeing a clear vision together will make deciding on branding a lot easier.
Oh, God, I'll be good, aren't we?
Oh, look at that. I'm quite pleased with that.
I'm very pleased with it.
So are we all agreed?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Cool. That'll be that then.
With a new day comes a new direction for the image of Denver Mill. And to help the family, I'm introducing them to David Revel, who has created brand identities for heritage sites like the Roman walls at Chester. He's been working on a selection of logos for the mill.
We've come up with 3 different looks and feels for you. The first one is our classic. And we were thinking the National Trust, we're thinking English heritage, we're thinking those sort of things. Then there's a middle ground, which is a little bit more contemporary. It's a bit more real, it's a bit more authentic. And then there's another look and feel, which is about being a bit more artisan. The most important thing really is to identify, of these 3 points of view, what we're most comfortable with.
So I must say, this is really exciting. These are like the dark arts, aren't they, that we mere mortals are not really sure of, but it's suddenly becoming very obvious.
I'm amazed that I find all 3 have got tremendous appeal, which I I hadn't seen. She brought something out certainly for me straight away.
I think this looks too classy for us. I don't think we're quite, as much as I like them, I think we're a bit more rough around the edges than that sort of, this is fine dining, isn't it? Which is, we're not there. And I think this is a sort of image that, you could use on a sack. You could print it, block print it. Yeah. You could.
And I think that how it can be manifest is so much part of the brand as well. And it can be stickers, and you can be folding your flour bags down and putting the sticker on.
Yes.
It can work really well in packaging. For sure.
Good. Well, we've definitely, it seems to me, I mean, not to preempt anybody, but you all seem to be more or less on the same, page about that. And I think the main thing, which is very appealing, is that it has so many uses. I mean, that shape, that format is so easy to transfer onto.
Yeah. So, do we have a winner?
I think it's got to be this one.
Yep, that one. Yep. Duncan.
Ready to derail
Might be budget here then.
Good choice.
Good. Honestly, I'm relieved that they came so quickly to a decision about a logo that they all agreed on. I wasn't going to let them leave this room until it had been hammered out. What I really wanted them to be aware of was this is, once they'd left this room, the bridges are burnt. There is no turning back. And so they had to commit to it wholeheartedly. And actually, I think overall they did.
The family know I want to relaunch this business in just a fortnight, but I haven't told them how. I'm ready to let them in on an idea I've been working on.
We do only have a very short time together now, so I'm going to push you once more. I want you to put on a farmer's market.
Okay.
And we're going to try and put on an event that really showcases Denver Mill. I'll make sure that I do as much as I possibly can to make sure that the farmer's market goes in an absolute swing.
With a clear sense of their brand identity, the family make good and mend to give the whole site a much more unified feel.
Yeah, no, I think they're really, really nice.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's an eye-catcher.
That's good.
Yes.
That's good.
It goes with our characters.
Do you know what worries me? It's the fact that it says 9 a.m, so we're going to all have to get up earlier now.
Well, these are our new leaflets. And don't they look nice? I don't want to put them out in case the public take them. These are mine. We've put the prices up a little bit, not much, but 10p here and there.
It might only be a small increase, but at least their prices are now based on fact, not fiction.
They've gone up, and we might make a little bit of profit on it now, which is what business is all about in my eyes.
And I hope their business can now also be about farmers' markets. With over 500 regular markets in Britain, this food movement is raking in £65 million a year, and I want the mill to grab a slice of this action. As well as charging stallholders a £20 pitch fee, they plan to sell their own flour, hampers and a range of speciality breads. It should also firmly place them as a centre for good food, but only if people know about it. So, the once very unbusiness-minded Sally and Lindsay are about to come over all commercial.
There we go, this is Studio 2. We've got a microphone set up for you both.
Okay.
Let's see if we can make this commercial.
When you do read it, smile.
Right, OK, so do it with a smile. With a smile, yes. A new winter farmers market for the family is arriving at Denver Mills this December.
It's more than just the finest in local produce. There's children's bread making, horse and cart rides, along with lots of fun for the whole family.
There's even hot food with a warming glass of mulled wine too.
Cheers! It's a real country winter treat.
But back at the mill, all is not well.
You can hear they've come up nicely. Lovely. But they don't taste right, so they go in the bin. That's all there is to it, I'm afraid.
There's a bit of a rumpus going on at the moment because the bread isn't very good.
The bread the family wanted to sell at their event isn't up to scratch.
Some of those are quite big bits.
There's too much yeast in there, I think. This hasn't worked fully. That's not good enough. I would not be happy buying that. I'd say, oh, yeah, well...
I know it's important to the site, but once again, we've got a situation where the flour and the spelt or whatever we've done today has taken over from what we really should be concentrating on. What appears to be happening, as far as I can see, is we're running off on tangents.
Are you suggesting that spelt may be a tangent?
What we should be concentrating on is getting this farmers market ready and lots of things for sale and making money.
I know they're tired and tense, but I don't want them to slip into their bad old ways.
Look,
No, this is fair enough. I can't come with them tomorrow.
conversation about flaming flour. Anyway,
That's fine. No, it's not anyway.
It's no good just...
Just because we're mentioning flour, we're talking about getting stocks for your shop.
right,
It doesn't
okay.
matter.
As long as we haven't got to spend all our time having discussions about flour.
Well, I'm sorry, it's part of my job. I'm not having you're not having a discussion about flour. We're having a
I'm
discussion
not.
about flour.
Okay, right.
That's fine. Go.
I won't have any.
Well, you can if you like, but I'm just trying to work out what we're doing and then send Dad off to do it so we can get on with what we've got to do. Is that appropriate?
I'm going to go home. I've had enough.
Whatever happens, I need them to be ready for their relaunch.
Frustration today has been about bread, the quality of the bread, the quality of the flour that's coming out. If we haven't got a good quality product, then we can't set ourselves up as a high-quality site. We'll get there.
After a long night, the family's big day is here, and I'm delighted to say, so is their bread.
Look at this, it's fab. The first sign that there's been really significant change at Denver Mills. It's important to show that they're becoming a more professional outfit, that they're really thinking about their branding, their face to the world.
With food producers coming from all over the county, there's a lot to do to ensure today's event goes without a hitch.
We've got to sort out where we're going to have the hampers, and...
We haven't finished the hampers yet, that's what's worrying me.
If they can draw a crowd, then this could become a regular fixture, where people come from far and wide to sample the very best of Norfolk's food.
All the people's names that are on there need to go in that marquee.
It's great marketing, great for their product sales, and should fill their tea room regularly.
Right, is this yours, this one?
It's about an hour before the official opening of the farmers market, and we've got a long way to go yet already.
We need some dressed flour for Wendy.
Yeah, we haven't got any.
Well, none. We haven't got any flour for the make and bakes. I mean, it's just really ironic that of all the things we haven't got any flour.
Lindsay seems to be running around trying to do everything.
I've got to do labels for the spelt briskets. See if he knows where the side of the gazebo is.
Duncan's trying to do that.
Lunacy. Lunacy.
Have you any idea what's going on?
Right. Which way round we are now?
I better see what I can do.
No. So $7.99 and $9.99.
$7.99
and $9.99. Yeah.
Never used a pricing gun, but it can't be that hard.
Yeah, that's rubbish.
The family are hoping to take £1,500 today, which is a lot given they only made £7,000 profit last year. So, seeing a crowd is encouraging.
Smoke after bonfire night, that sort of taste.
The variety of products is a real draw for adults. From fudge to chilies and coffee to cider. Whilst the kids are entertained with baking courses.
Lots of little breadcrumbs, okay?
And pony cart rides. My husband is a pork pie nut. Is he? Yes, so I'll have one of them. The site really feels like a hub for good food, but to make this a regular occurrence for the family, then it needs to have been profitable for their stallholders. How have you done?
Very good.
Yes?
I think we have sold quite a lot tonight.
Good, so it's been worth coming?
Yes. We've had a good afternoon, actually.
Good,
Which is very pleasing.
It's been really nice. Nice setting here as well. I think the setting's quite magical, so definitely worthwhile evening. Yeah, we do it again.
I wanted to come and support Denver and
I'm really
when they're
pleased.
trying to do something new and exciting, so we've all got to stick together, all us food producers.
But what they offer their customers is actually sensationally good. And as long as they keep that up, I think they'll succeed in the long term.
This event is only the start, but the family did manage to beat their £1,500 target tonight. And better still, they're no longer ashamed to say they've made money.
Yeah, it is about profit, although it sounds like an awful thing. No, I say it sounds like an awful thing to say. I don't believe that anymore at all. I don't believe that it is an awful thing to say. Of course it's about making profit, because the business won't survive if you don't make profit.
We've come a very long way in this last 2 months. We acknowledge now that we probably would have given up. None of us want that to happen.
You've achieved a lot, I think. You've understood how important it is to combine every aspect of the business. I'm very happy with how there's such consistency of branding. I do think that makes you look much more professional. And I think that's what you needed. I think, you mustn't bury your head in the sand about the financial parts of the business. And I think if there's nothing else that I've reminded you, it's about the fact that, successful businesses are built on the bricks and mortar of making sure that you make a profit on every item you sell. I mean, it's not rocket science, is it? You've got, you've really come a long way, and I'm not trying to pretend that it's all going to be plain sailing from here on in, But I do hope that I've kind of energised you and given you hope for the future.
I'm completely powered up about it.
I know, you're very bullish, darling.
I'm completely powered out about it. I mean, the boost that you've actually given me personally, for speaking for myself, is massive.
For whatever job you do, the people that are paying your wages, they're always your boss. But I think maybe over the last few weeks, they're not so much as my boss as we're a unit trying to do something.
I think we've got a much better chance now than we certainly had before Alex came. And I'm looking forward to putting some of the things into practice that she's taught us.
We have got a very positive future. We've got a lot of hard work to do, and this is never going to be easy. It's always going to be hard work on a job like this. But whilst we find it rewarding and satisfying, and whilst the public want to come here, they want to buy and eat our products, I can't think of a much better life, really.
Six weeks later, and the family's optimism about the future of the mill continues to grow.
If this can produce enough to pay the people who work here enough to live and enjoy doing it, what more can you ask for?
It was the feeling that we weren't alone anymore, the feeling that there was Alex who was interested in our business and who was giving us support, and that has been tremendously useful, having that support.
I think that taking me out of the windmill and putting me back behind my desk means that I've started to use some of my development skills, and I don't think that I'll forget that now.
And that's started to make a difference. There are more farmers markets scheduled and a new website to sell hampers nationwide.
With regards to my place in the family and the actual family business, I have definitely got more of a voice, and yeah, they listen to me a bit more and they ask my opinions.
I think we've all really benefited. I think Duncan's felt now that he's in a better position to step in and have his voice heard.
Well, they've got to, since I asked Sally to marry me and she said yes.
How pleased we are that Alex turned up can best be summarised by a simple fact that I think if she hadn't, we wouldn't still be here. I think it's that simple. I still believe that Denver Mills should still be here at the end of this century, which is what this whole idea was always about.